we're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
Councilmember Romack?
Here.
Vice Mayor Henderson?
Here.
And Mayor Klovstad?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you all. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. Now is an opportunity for public comment for anybody that would like to make a public comment on items not on the agenda this evening. Does anybody have a general public comment to make? Okay, seeing none. We will not open public comment and we will go straight to presentations. So we're going to start with our Government Finance Professionals Week proclamation. So if we can have that, who's going to be joining me at the podium this evening? The whole group of you?
Our whole finance team. Head on up.
Come on up. What a distinct honor this is. I don't remember doing this proclamation in the past, so I'm really excited about this. Okay, and especially after that last audit report, that was... Okay, whereas the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers is the state's leading professional organization dedicated to promoting excellence in financial management for California local governments. And whereas government finance professionals serve cities, counties, special districts, and joint powers authority by ensuring transparency, accountability, and responsible stewardship of public funds. And whereas these professionals play a critical role in managing complex budgets, complying with state and federal laws, maintaining accurate financial reporting in compliance with government accounting standards, administering utility rate processes and enterprise funds, and supporting long-term financial sustainability. And whereas California's financial landscape, shaped by Proposition 13, Proposition 218, the GAN limit appropriations limit, CalPERS, pensions, obligations, and fluctuating economic conditions, requires expert analysis and sound financial leadership. And whereas finance professionals work diligently, often behind the scenes, to provide critical information that enables informed policy decisions and ensures the delivery of essential public services. And whereas recognizing Government Finance Professionals Week during the last week of March helps highlight the dedication, integrity, and professionalism of these essential public servants. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that the last week of March is Government Finance Professionals Week, and encourage all residents to recognize and appreciate the hard work and contributions of the finance professionals who serve our community. Done this 24th day of March, 2026. Go hug your financial professionals. We couldn't do any of this without them. Here we go. And I do have a few certificates for you guys that I'll be passing out shortly. Great. Would anybody like to speak on behalf of your group? Come on up, Cindy.
Thank you. We have an amazing team. We're finally fully staffed, so that's really exciting. But amazing team, and we appreciate this. Thank you.
Can you introduce?
Yeah.
Pressure. I'm Cindy Peterson. I'm the finance manager. Grant Nicely,
Accounting technician.
Kelly Norris.
Senior accountant.
We're going to do it together. Jenny Quitek.
Accountant one.
Kimmy Bullock.
Kimmy Bullock, admin tech.
And Nicole Postlewaite.
Senior accountant.
Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, and next we have a proclamation for Hope Week to Shannon Decker of the Speedy Foundation. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, whereas the well-being of young people is vital to the strength, resilience, and future of the Truckee community, and creating spaces where youth feel connected, supported, and hopeful is a shared community responsibility. And whereas Hope Week is an annual student-led initiative organized through the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District's Hope Squad program that promotes belonging, peer support, kindness, and open conversations about mental health. And whereas throughout Hope Week, students across TTUSD school sites engaged in activities that promoted mental wellness, strengthened peer support, and helped create school environments where students felt seen, valued, and supported. And whereas Hope Week was visible throughout the broader community through displays at the Truckee, Kings Beach, and Tahoe City public libraries, as well as banners displayed throughout Truckee to remind residents that hope and connection are community values. And whereas youth-led efforts like Hope Squad help reduce stigma, empower students to support one another, and encourage early help seeking, strengthening protective factors that help prevent suicide and promote lifelong mental wellness. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that March 16th through 20th, 2026 was Hope Week in the town of Truckee, and encourages all residents to continue to participate in the events that center around hope, support our youth, and continue building a community where conversations about mental health are welcomed. Done this 24th day of March, 2026. Quick picture of piece over here. Please say a few words
Okay.
about Hope Week.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Last year, we brought in the ACMS students to accept the proclamation, and this year it was Truckee High, but they have overextended themselves as they're wrapping up the year. So I'm here on the students' behalf, but it is a student-led initiative, and I brought my coffee cup, which came from Wild Cherries, because a lot of the elementary schools this year participated in Hope Week by decorating coffee sleeves. So this one says, "Hope Week is great." And it's spelled Grate, and it's just precious, and it's upside down. So there's coffee shops all around the community that donated these coffee sleeves. Our young people decorated them with the middle schoolers and the high schoolers. And we've come out of a really uncertain and for many people, tragic winter, and it just felt like a great opportunity. This is the third year that we've had Hope Week through our Hope Squad programming. And so it's incredible to see it expand beyond just the schools, the private and the charter schools, and into the community. So swing by a library, grab a Hope Squad scavenger hunt, and to the council people and to you, Mayor, we've given you one of these keychains. Hope Squad students are identified by their peers as lifeguards. They are the people that they go to for help and support. And so the motto or the logo is a lifesaver, and here's our little buoy to keep us afloat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, and I think our last presentation is Hillary Hobbs, Acting Town Manager, presenting the Town Manager Report.
All right, we have several updates for the community about things going on in Truckee. Out at Donner Lake, we have started boulder placement, and this is part of an effort that the council and community will remember. A few months ago, we had a discussion about Donner Lake traffic and pedestrian updates. And things like decreasing speed limits, adding buffered bike lanes, reducing the roadway width to support the allowance of buffered bike lanes, and placing boulders along the lakeside of Donner Pass Road to better delineate appropriate parking areas. We were not intending to start the work quite this early, but with the warm winter weather that we've had, we've advanced that work and have started placing those boulders. So over the weekend, our road crews began placing boulders along the lake edge to delineate appropriate parking areas. In total, there will be about 200 boulders that will be placed in areas that are not wide enough to support parking because vehicles would either bleed out into the bike lanes or in areas where the shoulder is so narrow that parking is not appropriate and is on the slopes and causes erosion in Donner Lake. We understand that this may feel like we're removing some parking, but actually the spots that the boulders are being placed to delineate were never legal or appropriate parking spaces. So they're there to help better delineate where parking is appropriate to prevent unsafe conditions and erosion. So this is important for safety in the environment. And because you will also recall that last fall, council took action to increase the fine for parking in the bike lane, and that will increase to $150. Or rather, that has already been increased to $150. We'll also be updating the signage along Donner Lake soon to highlight this fine, and that will be a significant increase for the town in enforcement. So we'll be out there proactively addressing any unsafe parking that we find in the lake area. We do have a webpage that provides a lot more of information about the improvements that are being made. If you search for Donner Lake updates on the town website, that information should pop up. Second update, a big shout out and congratulations to Drew Jack, our GIS analyst, for his work on Laserfiche integration with our parcel data GIS maps, which is basically taking two very complex online systems and making them play nicely with one another so we can better serve the public with that information. Our Laserfiche provider, MCCI, recently highlighted Drew in the town for this work that he's undertaken, and it's exciting to see how we're using technology to simplify processes that provide a better experience for the public. So great job, Drew. The Big Boy, which is the world's largest operating steam locomotive, is coming back to Truckee on Sunday, April 12th for a whistle stop, which is a quick stop through downtown, scheduled from 4:45 to 5 p.m. on April 12th. The community is welcome to come downtown and enjoy the viewing opportunity, as this is always a popular community event to see. And we're excited to share the news that Paul Bancroft will be joining the town team as our newest Director of Neighborhood Services and Sustainability. Paul is a very familiar face in the community, having worked in the nonprofit sector and at Sierra Community House for 18 years. We're very excited to welcome Paul to the team. He'll be starting April 20th. And finally, an update on our green waste programs. To accommodate the unusually early snowmelt and support wildfire preparedness, both Keep Truckee Green and the Truckee Fire Protection District are starting many of our green waste programs a month early. Free yard waste self-haul to Eastern Regional Landfill, which allows up to 6 yards of free drop-off, will begin April 1st. And green waste dumpster rentals, which also offer a rebate from Truckee Fire, will also begin reservations on April 1st. Truckee Fire will also start taking reservations for curbside pickups next week. And the schedule for residential yard waste cart collection is not changing. That will continue to begin at the beginning of May and run through November. For more information about these programs, you can go to keeptruckeegreen.org/yardwaste for town programs, or truckeefire.org/greenwaste for the Truckee Fire curbside pickup program. And that's all I have for you this evening.
Thank you, Hillary. Great job leveraging the unseasonably warm weather especially with the additional boulder placement. And if my fellow council members haven't had a chance to check out the webpage for the Donner Lake improvements, it's got some great facts on it. So I encourage you to do that. Does any council member have any questions for Hillary or comments on any of the presentations? Go ahead.
Hillary, do you happen to know when the green waste delivery at the rodeo grounds will be? The first one in June.
We do not have the dates solidified yet. We'll be announcing those soon.
Okay. And then congratulations to Drew Jack. Looking forward to checking out the improvements. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Drew, for your hard work. And woohoo, we scored with Paul Bancroft, so that's very exciting. When does he actually start?
Anticipated start date is April 20th.
20th, thank you. Okay, no further questions from council. At this point, I'll open public comment for any of the presentation items. Does any member of the public wish to make a public comment on that? Seeing none, I will close public comment and we'll move on to the consent calendar. So these are items considered regular business, non-controversial. I'll read them through and give people an opportunity to poll any of them. So 6.1, the minutes of the March 10th, 2026 regular meeting. 6.2, contract award for 2026 aerial imagery and LiDAR project. 6.3, electric vehicle charging station license agreement with Goodfinch EV CHPT corridor. 6.4, authorized request for proposals for pavement conditions survey. 6.5, contract approval for the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. 6.6, creation of downtown assessment district consolidation capital improvement project and funding request. And 6.7, adopt ordinance 2026-02 for the Truckee Police Department to comply with state legislation under Assembly Bill 481 and Government Code 7071. Does any council member wish to poll any consent agenda item? Staff?
No, Mayor.
Any member of the public wish to poll any agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I will ask for a motion.
I'll move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, we are ready for 7.1 discussion item, which is amend the Truckee Municipal Code, Chapter 13.08, which is our sidewalk vendor regulation, and amend the Town of Truckee fee schedule. So, Chelsea?
Yes.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Chelsea Krager. I'm here with the Planning Division, and I'm here to present 2 amendments to the sidewalk vending ordinance, as well as a new fee for the processing of the sidewalk vending permit. Sidewalk vendors are non-motorized vendors that are conducting their business in a public area such as a sidewalk, pedestrian trail, or public plaza. They can be roaming or they can be stationary if they stay in one spot. State laws SB 946 and SB 972 allow a jurisdiction to regulate sidewalk vending, including requiring a permit. Regulations must be related to health and safety. State law also regulates how jurisdictions are able to enforce the rules surrounding sidewalk vendors. In March of last year, Council provided direction to staff regarding the creation of an ordinance to regulate sidewalk vendors in town. In September of last year, the ordinance for sidewalk vending was adopted. The ordinance included regulations on sidewalk vending, outlined enforcement, and created a permit specifically for sidewalk vendors. Since that time, the town website has been updated with an application form for sidewalk vending permit in both English and Spanish. And although there have been no applications submitted yet, the town has been conducting outreach to inform existing sidewalk vendors of the ordinance and permit requirements, and enforcement has also begun. Council also directed staff to prepare a map of where sidewalk vending is allowed in town, and utilizing our GIS system and with help from Drew, which we can appreciate. We do have a draft prepared, and staff is currently working on field verifying the spots that were identified in the GIS map, and then turning it into something that is user-friendly and easier to read to be placed onto the town website. After adoption of the current ordinance, Nevada County Environmental Health staff reached out to town staff and informed us that the ordinance's prohibition of propane, natural gas, and batteries were very restrictive to food vendors and prevented most forms of heating and cooling that are necessary for food vendors to obtain a permit from Nevada County Environmental Health. So staff is proposing a change to the wording of that regulation to instead note that these materials shall maintain adequate distance from combustible materials. And it should be noted that the current ordinance also includes a separate prohibition on open flame, and that prohibition on open flame is proposed to remain unchanged. Town staff did.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a second. We're having trouble with the streaming of the meeting, so we're going to pause for just a second to fix it. I apologize for interrupting, Chelsea.
I think we ended the Zoom on accident.
It is important for us to make sure our
Yeah, don't close that.
watching participants can see.
All right, and then go ahead and present again.
Start over or start from where
No,
it was?
no, you don't need to start.
Okay.
We were showing it.
Right here.
Yeah. There we go.
Cool. All right, thank you. I did want to note that town staff did discuss these changes with the fire marshal, and he is not opposed to any of these changes. Nevada County Environmental Health staff also informed town staff that all food preparation requires an overhead covering, noting specifically that umbrellas are a very common necessity, and that the ordinance's size limitation of 4 feet wide by 4 feet long by 4 feet tall restricted the ability of food vendors to have that covering that they needed to comply with the health requirements. So staff is also proposing a change to the wording on this regulation and is proposing added language at the end that says, unless otherwise required by a valid Nevada County environmental health permit. The sidewalk vending ordinance authorized the creation of a new permit specific to sidewalk vendors, including an application fee. Staff anticipates that the permits will take approximately 1 hour of staff time to process, which would equate to a $195 application fee to account for that time. If the resolution to adopt this new fee is approved, it would become effective on April 24 of this year. As noted at the beginning of this presentation, no applications have been submitted yet, but staff will evaluate this fee. We'll evaluate time spent as applications come in and are processed, and if necessary, can bring forward a request to change that application fee. Staff recommends that council find the ordinance and resolution to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to sections 15060C2, C3, and 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. Introduce ordinance number 2026-5, amending Chapter 1308 of the Truckee Municipal Code, amending regulations for sidewalk vending, and adopt resolution number 2026-08, modifying the town fee schedule to include an application fee for sidewalk vending permits. Alternative actions that the council may consider include continuing the hearing to a date and time certain. Council may request additional information from staff or changes to the ordinance or resolution. Council may also choose to decline to approve either the ordinance or the resolution. And this concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Thank you, Chelsea. Do we have any questions from the council on this side? Go ahead.
Is the fee a one-time fee, or is it?
Yes, it's a one-time application fee.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, did you run the new language by Nevada Health?
Yes.
And they're fine with it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just on the 0 applications in 6 months since we first voted on the ordinance, do we know why? Is it awareness? Is it complexity? Is it something else? I know you mentioned outreach specifically.
I can't speak for all vendors. I know of one who I believe has a permit from Nevada County for the health, but currently would not comply with our town's ordinance for the overhead covering. I believe that might be the only thing that is keeping that person from applying. I'm hoping that we're going to get an approved application really soon.
And it sounds like more outreach is planned based on what you just said.
Yeah, we are continuing to do outreach. We have a number of information packets that have been mailed out also, in addition to trying to reach out to those vendors when we do see them. I think we've mentioned before, they don't always have scheduled times and guaranteed locations, but we're continuing to reach out as we can.
Great. And then last question, just how are we coordinating with Nevada County Environmental Health just to co-notify vendors on these permit processes so they're not navigating two agencies in isolation, which could be a bigger barrier?
We are working in partnership. Sometimes they'll email us for help and assistance. A lot of times they're kind of operating on their own. Sometimes
they
it's,
meaning who in
I'm
this
sorry,
case?
they meaning Nevada County Environmental Health staff. Sometimes they're operating on their own and not always extremely responsive to town staff. We're working together when we can.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, big picture, if they are a food vendor, and they're not selling pre-prepared foods, they actually have to go through both agencies. That's just California state law.
No, absolutely. I just want to make sure that people don't feel, I mean, these are small local entrepreneurs, right? Small vendors. I don't want them to feel like the barrier to entry is so complex, is so challenging. So that's really where the question came from.
We do our best when we are talking with these vendors, directing them to also go talk to Nevada County Environmental Health. And I know that they also are aware of our ordinance and have been informing people who come to them to also go to us. So hopefully it doesn't feel too overwhelming.
Mayor, there was one question I meant to ask. Can you explain how they can how the vendors can cook with propane without having an open flame?
So a flame that's enclosed within a cooking, like a stove, is fine. That would comply with the ordinance. I'm talking, an open flame would be like a true, I'm trying to describe where they have the actual flame visible on the meat. I'm trying to,
The
I don't know.
rotisserie?
Yes, thank you. That's a way to say it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any public comment for this agenda item? I am not seeing anybody approach. Bring it back for council deliberation. I'd say I share your concern, Vice Mayor. I mean, it would be a little bit more obvious that they need a permit from us if we had a business license program, but we don't. So I'm sure many of them are probably unaware of the secondary requirement. So that is the education process that we're in. Do we have other commentary or concerns? No. Comments from this side?
No, actually, no, I'll save it for another occasion. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just say I support the ordinance and staff's proposed changes. Thank you for all of your work on them. I mean, I think this is so typical for our process. We roll out an ordinance, we see, oh, there are these issues in implementation, and we identify those opportunities, and you did it really quickly here, so thank you for that. And we work to improve those. So this is about reducing barriers to entry. It's about creating more opportunity for small local entrepreneurs in our community. So I just really appreciate the work on it. I would just emphasize the greater extent that we can partner with Nevada County Environmental Health just to make that easier for people, probably the better. And I'd personally love to see an update. I don't know if that's 6 months or 12 months, just are we getting applications? Are people coming into compliance? That's just sort of my personal preference, but I'm in support.
Yeah, and I too am in support. And that, I think the other goal here is to make sure that we are protecting the life, safety, and wellness of our community, that these vendors are meeting all the same requirements and regulations that our brick and mortar have to meet, at least to the extent of creating a safe product. And I think, yeah, I would love to see some updates on this. For me, that could come in a simple town manager update of, we approved our first sidewalk vending permit, and in a year, maybe we have 10 or something like that. I think that would be really helpful for us just to see if there are applications or if there are additional barriers that we need to consider.
Same here.
All right, so I'm looking for a recommendation then, or a motion.
Okay, I move that we find the ordinance and resolution to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15060C2, 15060C3, 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. We introduce ordinance 2026-05, amending chapter 1308 of the Truckee Municipal Code, amending regulations for sidewalk vending, and adopt resolution 2026-08, modifying the town fee schedule to include an application for sidewalk vending permit.
I'll second.
You had to work for that one.
A lot of words.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 7.2. So this is parking code cleanup amendments and creation of overnight parking permit program. And we have Alfred Knotts presenting.
Good evening, Your Honor, Madam Mayor.
Just 1 second. Do not close that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, thank you. Alfred Knotts, Assistant Public Works Director. I'm here to present parking code update, some cleanup amendments, and the creation of an overnight permit program. And our goal today and this evening is to clarify parking district rules, regulations, operational guidelines by consolidating various policies that were set by resolutions into one comprehensive resolution, make minor updates to these policies to better reflect current operations and the inclusion of the rail yard master plan parking area, better define regulations related to overnight parking, and the intent is to provide clarity to both the public and future developers on the downtown parking district regulation. So essentially what that says is we're really trying to reset the baseline. There's been a lot of things that have been added or tweaked over time that aren't necessarily very readily available to the public, or are they consistent or in alignment with broader policies, and we'll walk through some of those. So the parking district background, and I won't go back to, I joke with Becky about when the earth cooled or anything, but essentially when the parking district was created in 2005, that also established mechanisms for placements of parking meters and those types of things. 2005, Resolution 45 set the rate structure, and that rate structure has been in place since that time. So a very, very long time. And since that time, Truckee has changed a little bit, believe it or not. So again, we're taking a look at some of these things and kind of seeing what does it reflect reality today. And I did want to bring up the mission statement also because through digging through some of this stuff, it was very enlightening to me that this was also something that was passed back at time in 2009, kind of setting the pace or setting the foundation for the parking district itself, both at that time and going forward. So I did just highlight a few things in there. But really, you know, if you ask anybody, there's never enough parking, no matter where you go. But there is parking, and it's how you manage it, how you maximize the use of it through additional strategies. So really, that's something I wanted to highlight here, because that's really our goal, is not to overbuild parking or overbuild our town, really. Also is just to make better use of our resources, parking being one of those. And looking at our relationship to other plans as well, we kind of went back and took a look at, you know, what is really included in the mobility element right now in the passage of the new general plan. That looks at various parking standards. And in doing so, I'll take a quick little read at that a little bit in more detail. But mobility element 5.4 parking standards, that reads on to be a little bit more inclusive of to limit impact to existing neighborhoods, businesses, and ensure that adequate parking is provided to commercial, office, residential, and other land uses in Truckee, that shared use parking solutions and adopt reduced parking standards when new land uses can justify to discourage automobile use. 5.5 is parking inventory. Consider ways to maximize existing and future parking inventory through wayfinding, real-time parking availability, electronic payment systems, and demand-based pricing. And we'll talk about some of the progress we've made in those areas also in just a moment. And action item is under that element is 5B, evaluation of parking requirements, and that's to evaluate parking requirements to address options for shared parking, unbundled parking, other parking lot alternatives, particularly in downtown, and explore a residential parking permit program. So just to give a little more context of what's in the general plan itself, and again, that kind of when we did look at this and look at our existing policies, we found some incongruencies with those and to be able really to implement some of these recommendations as well. We also looked at the rail yard master plan and parking management plan that's associated with that in the development agreement. This requires 50% of residential parking to be on site, and then to meet those additional parking demand needs through additional strategies. Some of those we just mentioned, but as of right now, they are not allowed or cannot be facilitated with the existing code as it is currently written. So that's, again, kind of the goal again tonight. Looking at the parking action plan. So this is the parking plan that was developed essentially right before COVID. And then once COVID hit, then that parking plan really wasn't implemented in earnest, but we have been doing a lot on the back end, just FYI. So we have focused on the technology side of things. So most folks are aware that we have pay by text now and also pay by app. And to be able to do that, we also have upgraded all of our parking meters and even doing little changes and nuances out there to make sure that they don't face south facing, they don't face west, because we recognize that those were reducing the lifespan of a lot of our equipment as well. So we reduced those down by about half. In the past, we've heard complaints about parking meters not being not only accessible, so we did make them accessible, making sure everything was ADA accessible, but also that they were functional. We were at about 90%, 99% most days on functionality of our systems as well. So again, that kind of focused on also that second bullet of the customer service. Now we're looking at this inventory about how we manage this existing inventory that we do have and plan for future parking inventory as the town grows. And again, we'll continue to look at those other two items. But on that last one, on mobility, that is a recommendation that once all these things are kind of in place, that we provide alternatives such as micro transit and bike share, which we have also now provided as well. So this is a time to really look at those policies since we have alternatives in place, and we have also developed other customer improvements, customer experience improvements, and just accessibility improvements to parking so people can go and enjoy in Truckee and just get out and do what they intended to do and not look for parking. Parking implementation plan. This is in our work program. So again, where is this coming from? We're following our work program. And the description of this is ongoing focus on customer service, technology upgrades, kind of just went through all that. But that one highlighted is really where we are. Review current parking policies to better manage parking districts for all users, including fee structure and permit programs. Again, we recognize that there's inconsistencies and just also tools that aren't available to us right now to really kind of streamline some of these processes and policies, and I'll speak to those about how a resolution versus ordinance and things like that can assist. Another technology upgrade that we're also looking at that does feed into these permit programs that we'll do talk about a little bit is our license plate reader is looking to acquire an automated license plate reader to be able to go downtown, and that's a pretty standard practice right now in most parking districts to improve efficiencies, compliance, and also even safety of our parking technicians. So the purpose and need really of looking at all of this is to provide clarity and consistency within the code and the existing publicly facing information. When we do get a lot of feedback that some of the maps are outdated, they're not accurate. Some of the signage out there is contradictory or not consistent as well, because some of it's been static for some time. So to clean up some of that information, that'll be kind of down the line a little bit more. But for allowing for a streamlined process for future policy changes, what we are recommending is some of the strike-through language references the resolutions that I highlighted at the initial part of the presentations, such as 2005-45, which sets the rate structure. What we are looking to do is strike reference to the specific resolution, but that it would be set by resolution and incorporated, but not have that codified specific to the resolution itself. Improve current maintenance operations through our permit programs. We can set more better management strategies, better contact information, better understanding of how the permits are supposed to work and where people are supposed to go. Also looking at some of the overnight camping issues that we've had downtown as well. So that's something we're looking at addressing through an overnight program as well. New permit tracking systems and compliance monitoring under development. So we have purchased a system that's called Data Ticket. It's an upgrade from our past compliance software and just payment for daily tickets that you may get, and being able to incorporate that also into our license plate reader technologies as well. And permit programs also would transition from a hang tag type of system to that license plate reader system where people can go through, whether it's the parking technicians during the day that we have on staff or our PD patrols in the evening that can scan and be able to walk through or work through the parking district as part of their overnight patrols. So what are the code changes? I won't go through word by word, but they are pretty self-explanatory. Really, we're taking out a lot of the specificity within the code itself that remains static. It doesn't provide a lot of flexibility on how we can implement different policies. Vice Mayor Henderson hit it perfectly with the sidewalk ordinance about being adaptive. Parking is really one of those things that is adaptive management almost on a day-to-day basis. The parking ecosystem is very fragile and finicky. One little twist here, one little turn here causes people to do different things or be out of compliance without them knowing as well. So really kind of set ourselves up for future flexibility and nimbleness within the parking district itself. And the biggest one would be to delete the permit issuance. So this goes back to being able to do this by resolution in the future. And the creation of an overnight parking program. Right now, the only allowed parking uses overnight really are for residential permits that people have just to be able to park within the parking district itself. So we don't really provide a mechanism for overnight parking or some of those overnight parking strategies that we mentioned earlier when it comes to shared parking agreements that underutilized parking in the evening might be available for other uses, but also a valet program where active kind of parking management could occur through a permit system. Also included in the staff report is, again, tonight we are kind of focusing just on this ordinance, but we did want to kind of give a preview of a future resolution that would come before you that would strike all or rescind the existing resolutions that are in place in terms of the fee structure and some of the other highlights that I hit on and put that under one comprehensive resolution. So that is a future resolution that would come forward to council, but also included in that are parking permit guidelines as well. And these would be guidelines that would be specific to each type of a permit. So the residential permit, which is existing, we hit a few of the highlights here just because we did want to seek feedback from council and the public tonight about those guidelines. Those permits will remain free of charge to eligible downtown residents. Existing residential units, again, will remain eligible. We do highlight that no new residential permits would be issued under this program right now. The idea of that is we really want to kind of get a grasp on what is out there, making sure that we're meeting the needs and parking demands of essentially all users, whether it's our brick and mortar stores, our residential folks, people that are just coming downtown to enjoy our new park. Employees, obviously, that's a big component of it as well. So we don't propose any changes within those employee permits right now. We understand that that's a big component. It's going to require a lot of public engagement. And then the overnight permit is a permit that we were proposing under those guidelines and under this code amendment to just create that mechanism tonight. That's really all we're doing is creating that mechanism to allow for it to happen. How it happens and how applicants propose that would be done through these guidelines. So the overnight permit would be, there would be a fee under development, which we're trying to calculate right now using the basis of the monthly employee fee permit, which is $360. Then we would look at other costs that are associated to administer that permit overnight, including PD patrols, maintenance of the facility, snow removal, and those types of things. So to create that nexus to what that fee would look like, that's under development. Overnight parking locations in the rail yard, Brickletown, and West River will be retained. Those, again, have not been very clear to residents as well that have these permits, so which has also impacted our snow removal operations. And our snow removal operators and streets team are very lenient. They're very nice and very not very heavy-handed, so they tend to work around all vehicles, but it doesn't really make their job that efficient. It also creates liability for the town, being able to hit cars or things like that with plows. So really trying to iron out some of those details about where people should park, where to put them, and where the logical spots are. Allows for overnight parking for all residential permits and future valet programs is what it would do. And right now it does propose a maximum of 40 valet permits. Again, these are draft guidelines, but this is recommended to make sure that we kind of are conservative on this approach. But it also was taken into account when we looked at where these valet permits in the future, when they get issued, where this parking program might be able to be captured or housed, if you will. Looking most likely at the Far East lot, which on one side has roughly about 40 spots on one side and about 40 on the other, so that we can rotate and flip those, which is how that is signed as of right now, which you can see in that slide right there. And to be able to flip those and put those folks all within one comprehensive inventory over in the Far East lot. So that is the reason why we came up with this 40 permit, but also giving opportunities for applicants to meet their parking demands through other means as well, whether it be employee shuttles, van pools, even guest shuttles as well. We would update the map as part of the upcoming resolution. We don't propose any changes, but we have essentially changed some of the nomenclature into how our pricing is versus priority versus value. Before it was identified like per lot. That doesn't speak very much to people that don't live around here, or things have changed as well. So we would create more of a boundary for the permit or the priority zone, which is the area essentially to the west of Church Street there, and also through Truckee Way. And then also the value area would be to the east of that, which is essentially the artist lofts area and everything kind of east of the beacon area, which is how everything is functioning today. Clarify also where employees are supposed to go as well as overnight, the residential permits that exist today as well. So our recommendation is to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 10.18, the parking regulations of the downtown of the Truckee Municipal Code. Review a draft of the resolution establishing parking district rates and adopting permit guidelines. Again, we're not proposing any changes to the rates. This really is a future resolution that would put those under one resolution in one place where that document and that information is housed. And then accept staff proposed goal that was presented at the beginning of this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Alfred. Do we have questions from the council? I'll start with Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, Alfred. One of the council questions was about the challenges of overnight parking during the winter, and with those being with some of those being different than the summer, whether there should be a difference in the policy or rules in winter and summer. And the response was, well, we want to keep it consistent. Are there challenges in the winter that could lead to giving that a closer look?
Yes.
I guess I'm saying that the response I found a little vague,
yes, we do desire to keep policies that, as much as we can to be consistent, whether it's pricing, that comes into play sometimes when people bring up dynamic pricing and somebody came downtown, 2 weeks ago and they came back and now the price changes. Those types of things you like to keep consistent, but when there's operational things that make sense, we would definitely take a look at those. So one of those would be kind of flipping those as well. As I mentioned, that's what we kind of looked at in terms of the Far East lot, is that people can park on one side, they can flip it again and move on the other. So that is something we would be able to look at. We do have a good contact in terms of right now the biggest overnight parking inventory that we do have in permit holders in terms of residential are the artist lofts folks. And we have a great point of contact with Robert, who's the property manager there. So that is kind of how we manage it right now. It's less than ideal. But that is something as this gets broader and broader that it needs to be kind of self-managed versus active management. So that is something we would be able to look at.
Okay. And then there were questions about how long the parking rates and the hours of operation, hours in which you have to pay, how long those have been in effect. And the response was, well, for 20 years now. Is there has any discussion been developing as we look down the road on increasing the rates or changing the hours?
Yes, we need to look at the financial sustainability of the overall parking district because the rates obviously haven't changed, but our costs have increased. We've also brought on a lot more inventory as well that we need to be able to take a look at how we manage that asset. So that is something that would be probably within the next fiscal year that we would have to take a look at what those pricing structures are. What we really need to do is also do a more comprehensive look at data collection about who's using it, what are the occupancy rates at certain times of day, what is going to work for certain folks, whether it be the residents, whether it be the employees, and also anticipate any kind of residual impacts. When you start tinkering with prices on anything, people start to scatter, and we don't want them kind of creeping up into the high street area. Is that going to trigger another residential permit program? So we want to make sure that it is very well thought out and not rushed. But being able to set this up by resolution and things like that does give us that future flexibility where we don't have to pass an ordinance and then bring back another ordinance, and then 60 days, the summer's gone by, and we haven't, put in a policy into place. So that is the objective.
Okay, along those lines, there was one of your slides showed that any application for residential parking permit for future developments would have to come before town council. This would be as part of a development permit application, right? The council wouldn't be seeing an individual agenda item for a residential parking permit, would it?
We just talked about that a little bit internally, and honestly, we don't have all the answers about what that case-by-case situation would be. Right now, our residential permits outside of the artist loft area, which accounts for about 53 of those, we have about 70 total, so it's a very low number. But as we would kind of evaluate that as it came across as of right now. So we don't really have a specific scenario where a permit request would come in and how it would be handled coming to council.
And I would just add to that it wouldn't necessarily need to be a project by project basis or something like that. It could be more broadly as either maybe there's new inventory is added to the parking district, or we've got new data that we can feed into so there might be a larger, broader discussion that the council might, by resolution, want to change these parking guidelines to make those changes.
Okay. Are those pursuant to town regulations, or are those the result of agreements among individual businesses that operate next to the parking lot? And related to that, does the police department enforce violations of those little signs, or are those strictly private causes of action?
I don't want to speak for PD, but I will say that that parking inventory is associated with that land use, so that parking is their asset. Yeah, they're part of their property and part of their business, so they sign it as such.
And is the town party to those kinds of arrangements, or are those separate contractual arrangements among the businesses?
No.
Basically, if the parking is a private parking and it's most likely if it's signed that way, it means it's not part of the parking district.
Okay.
Can you give an example of what you're talking about? Where?
Just about every the shopping center parking lots, retail parking lots through town, you bump into them here and there, just a little red sign.
Okay.
They pretty much always say the same
Those are definitely
thing.
on their property, not public
Yeah,
parking.
that's considered private property, and the PD would not be enforcing on private property.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Under limited circumstances, handicap parkers, if the business owner or the land manager wants to remove a car, then we would tow it under that authority. That type of
You
scenario.
can tow it under what authority?
Under the authority of the property manager. wanting the vehicle removed. So that's part of the signage that's in at the entryway to all of those parking areas.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Henderson, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. Okay, so the 40 permit valet cap, just how did we get to 40?
Yeah, so that was based on looking at the Far East lot, that one side, that the other side could have enough inventory if we swapped that it could go over to that side so that the snow removal operation could function properly within that lot. So that was specifically kind of looking at that lot. Again, we kind of wanted to be conservative just across the board and not open up too much like, hey, there's unlimited residential permits for every new development. There's 150 valet permits that are now out into the ecosystem, and not being able to have really a good handle on what the existing condition is, which is what we're trying to, again, reset that baseline and understand that a little bit better.
And is that 40 permit valet cap, that's a hard ceiling, so staff wouldn't expand it administratively? It would come back to council for authority over any increase if it had to increase in future?
That's how the mechanism through the resolution would function, yes. And again, that's just that those are draft right now, so that 40, this is the type of feedback we want to hear, whether that's makes sense. Does that seem like a right number? We were trying to look at projects that are coming down the pipeline also about that might want to access or to be able to utilize a valet overnight program and what that might look like and be able to manage it versus having 200 valet cars sprinkled around the whole district.
No, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay. And then just what's the enforcement mechanism when overnight permit holders don't move vehicles for snow ops? Like fines, towing, permit revocation? Like what's sort of the escalation? How would that work?
It's usually fines and then the towing, but what streets will do is they'll call PD typically and say this car is impeding, but most of the time they do work around most of those folks because it's not a huge number. Aside from the artist lofts, like I mentioned, there's about 15 to 17 out there. Most of them are in front of Brickletown or down in Brickletown in front of the band sculpture, and then the other ones are over in the Jack's lot, kind of in the New Island area right there. So they can typically work around it, but it's not ideal by any means. Yes.
Okay. And then the overnight valet fee, I know it's still under development, but will council see that fee methodology when the resolution comes back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. And we are using Dixon Resources Unlimited, who did our parking plan, and they're doing parking studies for Placer County. They did our Park City study as well. They work in a lot of resort communities, so they understand a lot of the dynamics, but they also understand a lot of the maintenance requirements that come into it that are required within our area.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I do have just a couple more. I'm trying to go quick. Overnight parking doesn't allow for overnight camping. So my question is, how is that enforceable? Like, someone may see a small RV parked down there, but someone could say they parked it, they weren't camping in it. Like, is it actually enforceable with the proposed ordinance as is?
Yeah, so the town does have a no camping ordinance, and that includes no camping in vehicles. And so it is a challenge to enforce. We need someone to come to the door when we do knock, and that becomes a challenge. So as things started to progress with people using the Easton Rail Yard lot for a camping area, which became very popular, we began posting the signboards saying no camping, and then officers were out making sure that people weren't camping and getting the word.
But with the program as proposed, it does make the enforcement easier because the idea is that you now need to show that you have a residential parking permit.
Perfect, thank you. The staff report notes the timeline for the resolution to return just before end of fiscal year. So are we talking April? Are we talking we'll see it in June? Just rough estimate?
I would say in between that, so May.
Okay, wonderful. That's great compromise.
Yeah.
Last question. For the future parking fee adjustments that you did mention, will that analysis also look at some of the dynamic pricing that we've contemplated previously?
It will, and we've looked at other peer communities too. I mean, that is something that also triggered this too, is when the resorts started charging for parking too, when it's $20 or whatever it is to park, are people going to start, occupying certain spots in downtown when it's $8 or whatever it might be. So we will start looking at that too. When I managed parking in Park City, that was something we looked at. It wasn't necessarily dynamic on the fly. That was something that our council did discuss. I think that's kind of not genuine to people when they leave their house and it was $5 and they get downtown and now it's $8. So it was more fluctuated on demand based on the seasonality, not necessarily like time of day.
Makes sense. Great. Thank you for answering all my questions. Alfred.
Absolutely. Thank you for them.
We have questions from Councilmember Romack. You want to go?
Yes. First, a somewhat silly one, but I feel like I've run into this the last 2 times on parking meters. Do they accept change still?
Some of them do.
Okay. I
Yes.
tried to use one and it wouldn't accept my change the other day. So I know I'm probably a dinosaur, but I still save up my change and try to use it. So I'll have to find out from you which ones I can
Yes,
use them at
yes.
moving forward.
Some of the ones in Nevada City only accept change.
Interesting. I guess I'll have to go down and park there. No, I'm kidding. I love Truckee. I'm going to always shop there. A question on the valet, the proposed valet limit of 40. That would be open, though, to any business within the parking district. Like, for example, Bar of America, after this resolution comes to play, they could say, hey, we want to start offering valet parking now. We're going to apply for 10 of those valet parking permits. Could they?
We do want to make the valet program specific to the rail yard area.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. But it could be open to anyone in the rail yard area moving forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I asked a question in our council questions around Amtrak users, and it sounds like folks who do take Amtrak can work with the chamber to get a permit. And maybe staff said on a future resolution might look at adding that or doing something with that since it's kind of a wonky process.
It is a wonky process, and I talked to Jessica Penman this morning and also Ruth Garrissey too, just about how it does operate right now. It does work, but it is one of those things that's very labor intensive. If things do come up in the middle of the night, who's that point of contact? So that is something we would look at under this overnight permit program too. That's not something that's that's going to be solved by the license plate reader, because it's going to be a person that's just coming in, so their plate won't necessarily be entered. So we probably will have type of a hang tag type of process. I also got numbers from her from the last year. There was about 80 people that up from 50 the year before, which is very encouraging. So it is a growing thing. And again, that's one of those dynamics that's kind of changed in our community that maybe wasn't something that the chamber could handle at the time, but it's something we want to facilitate and also make sure people are aware of. We did have a gentleman that was directed to go over and park at the Jack's overnight lot, but he parked in the Jack's spots that are the 3 that you can't park at, and resulted in a tow of his car. And he was very, very nice, but it's not something we want somebody to experience when they come to our town and try to do the right thing.
Yep. Well, thank you. That's helpful.
Yes.
And then, so the overnight permit process, that would then only people who had a permit would be able to park overnight. So a scenario of I drive my car downtown to have dinner, I end up having too many drinks, now I can't leave my car anywhere downtown. Is that correct? Because I wouldn't have an overnight permit?
Yeah, so we've talked about that too, because we obviously don't want to discourage that as well, and a way to handle that. So those are the things we wanted to hear tonight about how do we address these like one-offs or nuances, and they're not necessarily one-offs, they're things that happen in our community, especially down in Commercial Row, and be able to accommodate those. So that is something I don't have an answer for specifically, but something we will make sure that, again, somebody trying to do the right thing, we want to make sure that they do that in our community, and we welcome it. So I will make sure that we take that into consideration.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Member Pallavi.
Yeah, thank you. A few questions from me as well. Also, just quick disclosure, talked to Alfred and Becky this morning for a good 45 minutes, and also briefly spoke with Rakesh Patel, who's the project proponent on the Rail Yard Hotel. Okay, more than a couple. I apologize in advance for more than a couple. But now that we've opened the can of worms and Councilmember Romack also started that, why would we want to limit this to the rail yard and not allow it for the entire parking district if we're treating the entire parking district as one?
Because this is a mechanism for them to meet their parking needs, so we want to make sure that it's more available to those applicants within that area that have limitations on their parking availability. So that is something, again.
Couldn't it be argued that every downtown business has parking limitations on their ability to conduct business?
Well, that is something we want to hear. So,
Yeah.
there's Yes, that's how we are looking at this being focused on rail yard applicants and developers.
And part of this goes
Okay.
to the fact that the eastern part of the parking district was built by the rail yard development for the purposes of serving the future development. And so when we're talking about where the overnight parking is, it's in that area. And so
So I apologize. Let me make my question more clear. Maybe what I was referring to was allowing valet parking district-wide, and rail yard users could use a rail yard designated valet lot, but other downtown districts, there could be a second designated or multiple designated valet opportunities should businesses like Bar of America, we'll just use that example, like Bar of America, who maybe does have, it was really interesting on your first slide, and that's also what brought it to my attention. But the question being, well, we're trying to turn parking spots over. Well, the number one people using parking spots are people who are dwelling in the downtown for a long time. So if we're trying to turn them over more quickly, valet might be a potential solution for some of that, right? And we have hundreds of parking spots potentially also coming online on West River Street, which we've discussed, which are quite a distance away. So valet kind of makes some sense, maybe. That was a question. Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a question mark. Yes, right at the end. Maybe. I got the maybe. Okay. We'll save the rest of that for deliberation. How many spots currently would exist in the, okay, so you said 50, there's approximately 50 residential permits right now for the artist lofts, and then an additional 20 that are non-artist lofts that are just exist in the downtown, because I think I quoted you saying there are about 70 total residential permits right now?
Yes.
And how many parking, so of those 50, how many total spots do we have in the entire shared parking venue of the rail yard?
Of the rail yard itself? Let's see.
I'm going to start with the valet, and then I'll switch over to just regular overnight and stuff like that.
So the inventory that I have from the parking management plan is about 6,400. So just over about 400 in the rail yard total. There's 944 district-wide.
944 district-wide. 400
I got a lot of
plus
numbers running through my
in rail yard. And of those 400, approximately 50 are currently being used for residential, and then there's a proposal for maxing out 40 on a valet.
Correct.
Okay. Could it be argued, so I guess I want to understand, is snow removal the main impetus for more effective management of both the overnight parking permits and the valet parking program?
That and just compliance. I mean, if cars are spread around everywhere, do I got to go over there and check that car? Do I got to run over here and check this car? So especially if we're going to weave it into any type of PD patrol and not have to hire additional staff, yes, that's part of it too, is just the compliance and management of the permit program.
And I asked you this question this morning, but I'll daylight it for the entire public. So in this perfect vision of a parking district that works amazingly, a applicant receives a residential parking permit and or a valet permit, and we are communicating in a way because we're collecting all of their contact information for that permit, and we're communicating in an effective way that says a storm is coming. Parking lot A is going to be cleared at 10:45 on Monday. Parking lot B is going to be cleared at blah, 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 et cetera. And that's sort of like our vision for how this manifests itself over time. Is that maybe an accurate vision for how we communicate to the overnight permit holders?
Yes. And I say that because we went through the artist loft issue not too long ago. We had to do an emergency order and had to get people to move their car. That is way more labor intensive than what you just described, honestly. Yeah.
So could it be argued also that dealing with a valet who holds X number of keys and is a single point of contact is just significantly easier to manage in a snow removal situation than potentially like 70 random individuals who we're depending on to move?
Yes, having one point of contact would be ideal, and having that permit as a leverage also in any type of compliance monitoring, yes, that would be
Awesome.
ideal, yes.
Thank you.
And how it would function.
So when we decide, when staff proposed the 40, I guess is what I'm getting at. I understand how you got to that number, but is there any, like, what reason would we have to not increase that number, or to not have other opportunities for higher number of LA permits? What would be some of the downfalls, I guess?
We would have to look at other areas where it would be, could be accommodated, and how we would do that snow removal there as well. We don't want to over allocate parking inventory to valet programs too. We want to make sure that the parking inventory, again, is available to brick and mortar stores, employees and things like that. So just would be cautious about, opening up any permit program too much without understanding what the demand is.
Just to add that, I mean, the overnight parking, this in concept, we'd be able to manage it much better. But there's always challenges. We can't get everybody always move in a timely manner. So the lots that are overnight parking lots it takes longer to maintain them. The parking spaces aren't always cleared during storm events. And so we're trying to sort of slowly test this in the further lots, the value lots. And we don't want to keep creeping those overnight parking lots further into downtown until we sort of know how they operate.
What kind of, and this is maybe a planning question, so I'll let the planners perk up and listen more closely. What kind of overnight parking do we think was envisioned, or how, after the artist lofts came back with their revision and we pushed more parking into the shared parking lot, do we have any record of exactly what our intention was when we were creating that shared parking space, and sort of how it was to be allocated on a project by project basis?
No, I mean, we created special parking standards for the rail yard on this assumption of shared use. And so we would commit to tracking, first come, first serve. And then once we hit an 85% capacity, we would go back and sort of reassess what the additional parking needs for the full build out of the rail yard master plan, in part because we didn't know what uses ultimately would be built in what order. But there was some assumption that some parking would be accommodated on individual properties also. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't at the level of, gee, we have a hotel here, we're going to allocate this, or we have artist lofts. And the artist lofts was, I think, sort of unexpected, because when we first had been talking about affordable housing, we assumed it would have podium parking.
Yeah.
And that just became incredibly expensive. And so then we had to pivot and figure out how to address offsite parking when we weren't anticipating that.
Yes, I remember that very clearly. Great. Okay, those are my valet questions. Slightly switching gears. With the new ordinance, however we're constructing this, will this also allow for an expansion of the parking district in a more streamlined fashion? Because one of the things we talked about this morning was potential new impacts on High Street, on other downtown roadways. So currently those roadways don't exist in those areas. So how would that take place? Would we have to expand the district either very easily through this new policy, or that would still be sort of an act of ordinance? And
it would be an act of resolution, so that we would adopt the parking district map as part of the resolution as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would be a lot more streamlined.
More streamlined.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Great. And we will have to consider that when you mentioned the West River coming on, when new assets come on, how those are managed and brought into the parking district as well.
A little bit also on Councilmember Zabriskie's comments, because we did talk about this morning, and sort of I kind of asked the criteria, what kind of criteria or how is staff going to determine what rises to council consideration as new projects are proposed, and that whole thing makes me really, really nervous. So I came up with a new scenario that I wanted to get some clarity on. So there's a project in the downtown core, not in the rail yard. It's in the downtown. It has 0 parking requirements due to the Senate bill, whatever number that is. It's in a half.
2097.
Yeah, that one. It's in a half mile of the parking district. It is 20, 30 units potentially, or something bigger, smaller, we don't know. And the planning commission gets a hold of it. And the planning commission gets a hold of it and puts a condition of approval on it that says this project can only move forward if 20 residential parking permits are granted. Can we do that? How does that work?
Nope.
No.
We can't require parking in downtown for residential projects because of that bill. That means we can't condition a project to provide parking. We can't say you can't build it unless you provide parking.
So then you answered my question. So then what do we do? So then is council then back on the hook? So then staff's going to come to us and say on the consent calendar, you've got 20 parking permits here to approve, and you have to approve them. So that's what I'm trying to, or we're saying, no, you're on your own, people, mess up the parking district?
That's the other alternative. We can't make them provide parking. We don't have to give them resident parking. Or they can be on their own.
That's a big mess.
Thank you, legislature.
Yeah.
And part of the thinking behind that is that if the parking is important to that project, it incentivizes the developer to provide parking.
On-site parking.
Because we don't have an obligation to provide that as the town.
Correct. We don't have an obligation, but we certainly will feel the impact. And if we want to manage it effectively, then we're required to give them a parking permit. Otherwise, we're going to be knocking on their doors to plow their roads, right?
This is precisely why we have our own density bonus program, to incentivize an alternative to that scenario.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to really understand is, why does council need to be at the purview of a residential parking permit? That's what I'm trying to understand, because that makes me nervous.
Okay. Yeah, that's something we can look at as part of the feedback.
And that's
on the
deliberation.
guidelines.
I don't know what everybody else is going to say to that, but it seems like there's too many pushes and pulls in there, because what happened? I guess, how does that work? And did you want to add something to that?
No, it was just more back to your comment about, an expectation maybe that developers would want to not provide on-site parking. And I think what we've seen is that maybe they're providing less, but they're still providing parking, because at some point there's a marketability. And, if someone's looking where they're going to spend their dollars, they're going to weigh that, whether the parking's unbundled or not. But if there's no parking, they're going to decide, like, okay, I want a unit with no parking. I'm making that conscious decision. Or I want to buy, a unit that has one parking space. But when we were developing the rail yard master plan, I was down in Holiday's office multiple times touring multiple projects that he had done where they grappled with this, issue of parking over and over and over again. And they actually found it was very specific to sort of the buyer's taste a lot of times, and sort of their lifestyle, right? That sometimes they would buy a unit that had a parking garage, like, for one car, and then they would ask them to convert it later to an ADU. And so it's, yes, we're not in an urban area necessarily quite like Oakland, San Francisco, or anything like that. But, if we're talking about just parking in general, like, they have to understand the market here and what's interesting to people to purchase and what that looks like for us. I think it's still going to come with some on-site parking.
Yeah, and I'm not agreeing nor disagreeing. I'm trying to understand how the town manages impacts and how we set this program up for success, so that it's not a political bowling ball, for one thing, and then B, we're making sure that we're amenable to the conflicts that are inherently going to be created with the new state law, when we continue to develop these projects that are just under constrained, right? Which has been a theme of some of our conversations over the past few months. So I will cease my questions at this point and pass it on, since I was already slightly off question.
Can I do one follow-up on Councilmember Pallavi?
Of course, Councilmember.
Has staff spoken with Mr. Patel since he sent in his comment? I mean, it came in for me, it came in this afternoon. It's 20 pages long. He said there were things that were unclear. I don't know if staff had a chance to get back and clarify some of the things before this meeting, or be able to comment on his concerns in particular.
No, I have not. I don't know if anybody in the planning staff has, but I have not.
Okay, thank you.
And again, tonight we're really just focusing on creating the mechanism so that projects like that do have a mechanism to be able to implement these types of programs that we've highlighted in both in the rail yard master plan and our general plan, as well as our parking plan. So,
Yeah, he spends a bit of time though on the overnight parking.
Yeah.
Which we are addressing tonight.
Correct. Yep, because as of right now, it does not exist.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I do have a few additional, sorry, we really are diving into this. It's a very interesting proposal. What are staff's concerns with allowing private parties to rent spaces from lots that have excess spaces, like Mountain Lotus was the example?
I would defer to planning just because that's a land use entitlement connection.
I mean, when we do the original land use entitlement for those projects, we look at the demand generated by those uses specifically and their hours of operation. So something like a Mountain Lotus has, they're also considered an event space in addition to doing yoga and other things. And so they have a more continuous kind of use pattern for their parking that was looked at as part of their land use entitlement. So if that was the example we're using and we had a hotel that wanted to use their parking, we'd have to amend their land use permit just to determine like what compatibility there are between a new use and their existing uses. It's not that it's not possible, it's that it has to be considered in the context of both projects so that we know that there's
And the
still
various
sufficient
uses,
parking
yeah.
in the uses, because I would say if you were living next to Mountain Lotus right now, it's probably pretty quiet at nighttime, where a hotel use might have, valet parking happening all night long. And so that would be something different that the neighborhood would want to understand as part of that land use permit if it's changing over time. So there's just compatibility issues a lot of times that we're looking at in hours of operation and just based on what the businesses are doing for their individual uses.
Okay. In the public comment that we received, there seemed to be this expectation that there was a reduction in VMT and therefore greenhouse gas emissions based on the car would come in to the valet and then the valet would drive directly to an available spot. How would the valet know where the available spots are? They seem to reference some sort of technology.
Oh, I'm not aware of what they would propose to use, but if we had our own spot, I mean, that would be where they would go, which is why
They would have designated spots.
Yes.
Specifically for the valet that would be signed and nobody else would be allowed to park there.
They would not be signed. It would just be, that would be where that overnight parking is allowable. So it would not be allocated specifically to valet programs necessarily.
So if there's an event downtown.
Correct.
And because sometimes this happens and all the parking spaces get filled and then the valet starts to take in cars, they don't have those designated spaces then.
Correct.
It's based on first come, first serve.
Yes, and just like we don't promise, or any of our other permit programs, it doesn't guarantee anybody a spot per se.
Just like a residential overnight parking, it doesn't guarantee them a spot even though we have some designated areas for that.
Correct. If there's paying customers in those zones or in those spots, then that would not be available to them, so.
What would be the process or the frequency of validating the permittees actively supporting the transportation demand management programs like this parking program that has been present or was submitted to Planning Commission?
I'm not sure what the typical, I don't know, reporting require. I would think at least on an annual basis, but given the seasonality of programs, biannually would be ideal, just in
Yeah,
case
'cause
there's
there's
issues
just-
through the winter and things like that.
They're saying they're offering a bunch of things, and I guess just validating that those are actually available, like ride shares and bike parking and things like that. So we don't really have a plan for how we would monitor and manage that.
No, I mean, it would be part of their kind of monitoring reporting program that they would have to report back to us. But I guess we would probably do compliance audits and things like that to look and see how it's kind of functioning as well.
Yeah, I mean, typically for, say, a project that has a parking management plan as a requirement, it would have specifics in there that have been kind of understood by both the planning staff and the project proponent ahead of time before going to Planning Commission, so that the Planning Commission can review that and decide if that's appropriate when they take action on the project.
Okay.
But there is typically a reporting component of that so that we can understand if it's functioning. We just haven't honestly had a lot of these. We've had them approved in concept, but we have not had a lot implemented in practice.
For the Amtrak overnight parking, would there be any benefit of trying to create a space for that at the mobility hub?
Yes, there would be.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be an option. We do have that parking inventory over there as well.
Okay. Is that also a potential opportunity lot for other overnight parking?
The issue with that lot is that we do require that back row at night be free of any parking, because that's where the snow removal operations, when we put in the mound back there.
Oh, that's where we push it all.
Yeah, so there's not an
Pile it up.
opportunity to do any flipping of inventory.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Anything else? Yes, go ahead.
I have one more, and I sort of came in being like, oh, a valet parking, a great part of the strategy, and I feel like all of the questions up here are pushing me to just ask, what data is saying to us, like, hey, we need a valet parking program as part of our overall strategy here? Because I feel like what I'm hearing with a lot of the questions is sort of the inherent complexity in some of this. So I just sort of want to ask, like, what problem specifically are we solving for with the valet parking component that needs to be solved?
Well, it's just meeting their parking demand through the greater district and being able to manage it within the greater district too. So just as it was envisioned with the building of those parking lots, is that it would be available to those land uses, and based on it being a lodging type of property, that valet, or whether it be like a restaurant or something, those types of programs are conducive to those types of uses and high turnovers, or people that may not need their car every day also. And then it really does facilitate that park once, which goes back to what Mayor mentioned, as well as about having those bike share programs, those shuttle programs, car share. And obviously, if they can get their customers here and their guests here without their vehicle, that's even another win. And now that we have microtransit and these things, we can really start pushing some of these programs and really start exploring them a little bit more, which before we didn't really have those opportunities, whether it was parking somebody at Amtrak over at the mobility hub. How do they slug their luggage over there and through the snow and everything in the dark? But with microtransit, we have a lot of opportunities to move people around to this inventory that either was out of sight or out of mind, or just fully underutilized. Yes.
Okay, with that, I'll open this up to public comment. Is there anybody who is interested in making public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none? Okay, we'll come back to deliberation. I believe I started over here with Councilmember Zabriskie. Would you like to kick us off? You can say no, thank you.
We're just coming back to an issue we haven't spent a lot of time discussing, but we've all been aware of for decades.
But no, that's okay, because really all we have to accomplish tonight is the passage of the ordinance, which then allows us to establish this resolution going forward.
I can close my eyes and say yes.
Okay, because, I think our questions have definitely given staff a lot of ideas and a lot of awareness about what our concerns are. and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our main charge tonight is the approval of this ordinance, because that allows us to develop this resolution and utilize it going forward, which, by the way, I consider to be a brilliant maneuver in allowing us to continue our practice of continual improvement.
Yes, but it
So
has
I think if there's
it has the
additional-
40 spaces, the 40 overnight spaces in it.
Well, I think we can say that what our concerns are about that, or that we support it. We don't have to give final.
And my concerns are the larger picture, partly what the vice mayor alluded to. What is this valet process, this new strategy for handling parking demand get us? And for me, is it like, it's a balancing. We're creating problems, we're solving one thing, but creating problems somewhere else. And for me, it comes back, we only have so many parking spaces. It gets back to our roads are only so wide. The hotel illustrates bringing in 60 more cars at a minimum. This fellow was saying, I want to be able for every unit to have a car,
But
even though I'm this close to the railroad.
let's talk about whether or not that's a
But-
realistic expectation. Can we just focus on that one item for a minute?
Yes.
And I might
Because
offer
I-
that we don't even focus on that, because I don't even think that's pertinent. I think we should talk about the efficacy of, or why are we solving a problem for a valet, which I would love to answer if you will so listen. I think the idea of the 60 cars, 80 cars, 20 cars, I actually think that's a moot point, because it's a project, it's going to attract whatever it's going to attract, and we can't control that regardless. We can only put in opportunities to manage it at the end of the day. Do you want me to maybe at least identify the valet issue, and so that we can have some grounding and
I
then
think
move
that is
forward?
definitely where we need to go, but
Yeah.
are there other things that you want to raise? And because we can
No.
take this piece by piece. This is a big elephant. Let's
Yeah,
take a bite at a
I can
time.
go ahead and indicate, sitting here now without having heard from the rest of you, I am ready to accept staff's recommendation, or in the alternative, put it over to another council meeting, allowing more time to cogitate on some of the issues that have been raised, and this comment that came in at the 11th hour, recognizing that's a particular project. That person is
Correct.
talking about a project. He's not talking about the overall ordinance.
Right. I don't want this
that's-
discussion to be completely
Yeah.
diverted to that one project, because we are talking
Right.
about the entire
Yeah.
parking
And
management plan.
I just recognize more broadly, we have been working towards reducing parking demand and reducing traffic in large part through our public transportation efforts. And here, we've only been talking about how are we going to provide more parking, because there seems to be a shortage. So there's a tension, where do our allegiances lie? Maybe not allegiances, but philosophies.
I agree.
Can I say something on that? Because I think, Alfred, you made a really interesting comment at the very beginning of your presentation. I actually jotted it down. You said something like, people always say there's not enough parking wherever you go, but it's really like how you manage the parking, how you maximize it, specifically so we don't overbuild on parking. So I just wanted to kind of bring back some of that framing, because I think a lot of us share that same concern.
And,
Yeah,
and
we
I would
definitely-
argue that's why we need a valet program, actually. That
And-
leads right into it.
And that we definitely don't want to build the parking necessary for Easter Sunday, right? For the church service on Easter Sunday, because then we're just okay. That too. Powder day. We are always going to have that little bit of tension, and I think that's healthy, especially in any active downtown area that has a lot of different services and offerings and opportunities. And I think that's precisely what I wanted to focus on, is that we're never going to have enough parking, but as this parking continues to get more and more limited, because we are dedicating it as we're doling out these parking spaces, our active transportation programs and other offerings are continuing to increase in both their success and popularity and access. So I believe that we are precisely where we want to be, other than the fact that I'm surprised we haven't done this in more than 20 years. So I'm excited that we're doing this now. So with that, Councilmember Pallavi, if you want to talk about your valet.
Yeah, I think the valet actually hits on everything that you guys all just said, to be honest. I think what we're seeing is, and I work downtown at least a few days a week. This is what people do. They basically drive in a circle all day long because they want to park as close as they can to the place that they're going. What we have so amazingly planned for in this community is we do have enough parking, exactly what you both said. It just happens to not be the most convenient parking to where the things that people are currently drawn to are actually utilizing. And then in addition to all of that, exactly what we're all talking about, being that active transportation plan, having microtransit, having bike shares, having fixed route buses. The entire purpose of the valet parking plan is to take your non-moving vehicles and get them out of the way. Because whether it's a hotel patron or a restaurant patron, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to be really considerate. I'm going to go take the farthest parking spot I can find because I just came to Truckee for 3 days and I know I'm not going to move my car. So I'm going to go park a mile down the road. I'm just such a great person, right?
The rest of us do it for our steps.
I'm just saying, like 99.9% of our general public aren't making those amazingly conscious choices that maybe some other people are. So to me, what the valet parking system accomplishes is actually the highest and best use of your proximate parking to the uses where people want to go. And I think that's super valuable, what you brought up about Bar of America. It's valuable. I mean, I'm literally in the coffee bar, Tahoe Mountain Life parking lot all day long. It is a private parking lot. Do you know how often it's full with cars that don't move? 8 hours a day from 10 to 6. Everybody uses it and they don't move their cars. So those businesses don't see that turnover. If we had a valet system, which we would pay for, we would have to apply for, if it was all this, hoopla, like we could have 1 million people coming through there for a cup of coffee and a Vuori top every single day. Right?
I'm going to go valet park for my cup of coffee.
You buy it if it was affordable enough, right? And if it was stamped by maybe the business pays for it and it's free valet parking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's generally how it's going to work, right? We can't dictate any of that. We're just here to sort of provide the guidelines for if we want this type of activity to take place in our community. And we've already sort of hamstrung ourselves. So I also want to bring us back to the shared parking policy of the rail yard, because I think that's why they're giving us this valet parking policy. They're anticipating a need that they've already heard at the Planning Commission and through other project proposals. Whether it's one project, whether it's a future project, none of that actually matters. There's been interest in it, and so staff's bringing us an opportunity to sort of deliberate on it. We've created a bit of a parking whatever, whether you want to call it a nightmare, whether you want to call it a honeymoon, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be shared parking constraints on all future development in the rail yard, no matter what any of us in this room do tonight, tomorrow, or the next day. There's going to be higher demand than there is supply unless we rid ourselves of vehicles altogether. So we have to establish policies that enable that shared parking to be used to its highest extent. That's the argument, I think, for why we're even solving for valet parking. If we can all agree on that, then we can move on to the intricacies of like, okay, 40, 60, 80, 25, then we can talk about some of those other issues. But I think we all need to get on the same page to say, or at least with the understanding that we have disparate parking districts, people value convenience. And so this is a way to let the private sector sort of manage the convenience, the costs, and the ability for their projects to function in whatever their projects may be.
So then, if we're going, I mean, I love this, and I agree. I would love to facilitate that, because ideally I'd like to make it so that we are never building more parking lots, right? We're only utilizing and maximizing and leveraging what we have. But with this vision that you've created, that we can have any business, including coffee bar and your store, do valet parking, we don't have the ability to do that. We don't even really have places for Tart Connect to pick up and drop off. We need, then that creates this whole curbside management issue that we have not solved for yet. And Alfred, would you like to comment on that?
I totally agree with you, and that's the opportunity that we'll have via streetscape design, potentially, as that moves forward on Jaboom Church. And
still doesn't solve for Commercial Row.
No, but it's at least curbside. I mean, we can survive. I mean, we can, during the active transportation plan is, I think, where we would talk about that. And we could say, let's remove these 2 parking spots and create a curbside pickup. And then you can use those brand new lots on West River, which have 200 parking spots in them, and use that if we wanted to. So yeah, I mean, I think that's actually much more easily solved for. I think that the guidance is, if we can agree that valet is an option, I think that's step 1 that we need to come to at least a 3-person agreement on. And then step 2 is to say, okay, if we've now agreed that valet is even something we're open to considering, which I would be 1 vote to say yes on that, just to put that out there. Do we want to put more limits on it? Do we want to open up the opportunity when they come back with a policy to have multiple opportunities that include the West River lots, and have the value area and then the core area, and allow them to sort of work on this as time goes on, as new inventory comes online. It doesn't have to be a top priority, but it should be at least discussed.
Okay, let's start with just the valet, and I'd like to hear from Councilmember Romack, but I will say one thing that I am concerned about with valet is that, to me, that becomes almost an attractive nuisance. If there's valet available for wherever you want to go downtown, then why take Tart Connect? Why take a B-cycle? Why do any other alternative transportation if I know I can always drive downtown and pay for valet parking?
Yeah, I don't know that we have the box or the boundary of valet quite yet. I think that's all. I think your concern is a
conceptual concern with valet.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not necessarily specific to the project, that the one hotel, because I think that's a destination place and that's a separate clientele. But my concern to opening it up throughout all of downtown would be that. So with that, we haven't heard from Councilmember Romack. Let's give her a chance.
Thank you. Appreciate all your comments, Councilmember Pallavi. And yeah, I mean, I think I'm thinking valet similar lines of, we're not proposing to build more parking right now. To Councilmember Zabriskie, your comments earlier, it's how are we best utilizing our parking? So I do see this as an opportunity. I had questions around, why 40, and exactly why I asked Bar of America, why not expand it? So I'm open to exploring that. I totally understand, hear your concerns though too, Mayor, and we don't want to incentivize valet so much. Now everyone's driving downtown, so being cautious around maybe what are the allowed uses, or I don't know, but I think it is an opportunity to move cars out. I mean, the people who are complaining about challenges with parking on a new business that just opened up recently that I hear about every day, you guys could go further down. Like, you don't have to park right there by that business. And so it's moving people to get farther out and into our lots and better utilize it. And, maybe it's, other parking lots that are used a lot during the day, like coffee bar is a daytime thing. So maybe that is overnight valet, or again, I know it's a private lot, but how are we sharing lots and using them the best way possible? So definitely open to continuing to talk valet. I did just want to say what I brought up earlier on the overnight parking and people leaving their cars downtown after having a few drinks. And I know I heard you, Alfred. I think that is something to consider. I know that happens. And so again, ensuring we're allowing people to make the right choices and take Tart Connect home. And then maybe next time they'll think, oh, I should have just taken Tart Connect here too. But I think that is a piece to still be considering as well. But definitely worth exploring valet.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with that. My thought for the person who decides to do the right thing and leave their car, maybe the bars have a hang tag they can use with a date on it or something. I don't know. We definitely want to make sure we're not penalizing people that choose to do that. Okay, bringing it back over here. General pros and cons of valet. You want to go ahead, Councilmember?
Well, I just want to say, I did look back here again at the staff report. I was listening to Councilmember Pallavi and Romack, but I momentarily looked again at the staff report, and I see what they are asking for is initial feedback. I don't know if we provided you with the feedback you want, because you do propose a valet parking management plan, and we haven't really said anything about the specifics that we agree with or not. We've pretty much made general comments, but I'm going to leave it. Right now, I'm ready to adopt staff's recommendation, recognizing they have a valet plan in here that's not set in stone.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Vice Mayor Henderson.
Okay, just a few thoughts, and I haven't said it yet, but Alfred, I really want to thank you. This was such a massive lift, and I think one of the first things that really hit me in reading the staff report was like, oh my gosh, we have parking standards that live in so many different places and documents. And so I really appreciate the policy goal and how you specifically laid out just the consolidation of those things to provide better clarity for everyone now and in the future. So I really wanted to thank you for that.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm not going to weigh in on whether 40 is the right number for the valet parking structure. I don't feel like I have information to make that determination, so I'm comfortable deferring to Alfred and his expertise on that. I think at this time, because there are so many unknowns, I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable expanding this beyond the rail yard area. So we do a lot of pilots. If we view this as a pilot, we roll out implementation, measure some specific outcomes, see how it's working. It's just generally easier to expand something in the future than to roll it out broadly and then take it away or reduce it. That would be a concern for me. Let's see, what else? I hadn't thought about the issue that you brought up, Councilmember Romack, but it's such a great point, that scenario where we don't want an unintended consequence of someone saying, oh, well, I have to get my car out of here now, so I'm going to drive and have had a couple glasses of wine. So I do think we need some sort of a solution for that, whether it's your recommendation or something else that Alfred, you and staff come up with. Let's see. I mean, other than that, I think I'm supportive, and I'm looking forward to seeing that fee methodology and seeing that resolution return in roughly May. I think that's all that I have on valet and otherwise.
Thank you. Okay. Back to this side. Any additional comments or concerns? I think we've provided lots of feedback.
Been great.
You're good. Just maybe a couple more from me. So I just still definitely have not wrapped my head around the whole bringing it back to council for more residential parking permits. That is just something I just am extremely unsure of right now, and I don't know what that looks like in practice. So I do think, short of like the next meeting having a resolution, like a little bit more clarity on sort of what we'd be looking for, what types of things would trigger more residential parking permits. impacts, opportunities, what it gets us, what the sacrifices are, because at the end of the day, where I'm going with all of this is like, anybody who's parking downtown, we would love to have, we want them to have a residential parking permit, because then we know who they are and we can talk to them. If we just have willy-nilly residential parking happening without sort of an abundant, with like it having to come to council or whatever the project is, and it just gets residential parking permits, I feel like we're not satisfying the goals that you're laying out here, which is to have better visibility into how people are utilizing our existing overnight and residential parking. So to me, I would love to pull that out of council, have it be something that's significantly just like, hey, here's what qualifies, here's how we're going to get there. Short of that, in the meantime, if it has to come to council in the near term, I'm okay with it. But that's something that I think provides for just less certainty as a whole, right? It becomes a political whim almost, which I don't think we should be giving out residential parking permits based on the 5 of us voting on that. So that's just my own thing on that one.
Sure.
I also very much want to thank you guys. Like, absolutely well done, well crafted, well brought to us in a super efficient manner. And I think this does set us up for success, and you absolutely should be commended, because I know you and I could talk about parking for a really, really long time. So this is great, and I appreciate it. On the valet and on the overnight stuff, I'm not, as you've probably guessed, and this is not project specific, I'm just not super like, I'm not tied into the 40 unit piece of this, mostly because of some of the things I said earlier. To me, allowing for valet parking, at least starting in the rail yard, and I'm fine with that. Like, we don't even have the West River lots yet. And I would say maybe when the West River lots come online, that's the opportunity to potentially expand it if this does become something. But the reason why I feel like the valet system is just so much more efficient is it's a single point of contact. If our entire goal is improved operations, we're going to get significantly improved operations with a single point of contact, rather than having this disparate assortment of just overnight, if we only give out 40 and there's a higher demand for more, and they're like, great, we'll just use the shared parking, have at it. Like, we're just setting ourselves up for undue stress at that point. Like, let's accommodate the projects and or the operations that are coming before us so that we can control it better. I don't see why we wouldn't do that, I guess, is sort of why I don't get it, right? Because even if it's not Eastern lot, and you take the TAL lot as another example, not core, underutilized, and generally empty other than on Truckee Thursdays and other special events, again, allowing that valet parking, whether it's 60, whether it's 80, whatever it is, to operate, it's just it's a more cohesive program, rather than having to send the police down to tow, having to call, and deal with all of these other nuisances that you're simply trying to solve.
Yeah.
So that's sort of my argument for, like, let's accommodate what we're trying to accommodate and not put artificial limits on it just because the Eastern lot can only handle one side of parking half the day of the week. That seems like it was an arbitrary decision, or at least an operation decision. So that's the only thing that I disagree with. Everything else, I look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else to add, Councilmember Romack?
I am open to looking at that number of valet spots too. To me, yes, also it seemed arbitrary, but I don't have a better number. I don't know if more or less is right, so open to hearing more from staff on that.
Yeah, and I pick on a couple of things that Councilmember Pallavi said, I too am unclear on what the residential permits would be. I'm less anxious about doing that, but more like intrigued. What would that be? What would that look like? Why would it come to us? So I think definitely some more clarity on the parameters of that would be helpful. And I too am not dead set on that number. However, I think you guys had a logical explanation as to why that makes the most sense. With the valet argument, I could see a scenario where the valet's got 60 overnight cars there, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're trying to plow, and they've got one valet on duty. How long would it take them to move 60 cars? Is that really more convenient? I'm not sure than sending out a text to the residential overnight permit and getting them out there to move their car. So I'm not entirely certain that the valet is the end-all solution to it, although I do see a lot of benefits of this. And I do agree with Vice Mayor Henderson that I think starting with something very clearly defined for valet is a great opportunity for us to understand how this gets utilized and what the pros and cons are to the operations of that before we deploy it for other parking areas. That would be my interest anyway. And with that, do you feel, Alfred, like you have enough direction for this next step that you need to take?
I do. I mean, you've highlighted a lot of things that we contemplated and walked through. I mean, parking is a very iterative process. It's never a one size fits all. And I mean, we talked about this, and I can talk about it in nauseam about, you pull one little thing, and I mean, it does start affecting everything. So.
And the other great thing I'll say about this is I feel like it gets us this much closer to curbside management.
It does.
And I would like to see that.
It does. It allows us to look at everything because although it isn't broken, there are fixes we can make, that's for sure. So, and I think with a lot of the technology upgrades we've made and just things that we've been able to look at and communicate and signage and things, we're obviously in a step in the right direction, and this would be one as well.
All right. So I believe we've accomplished number 2. And I believe we have consensus that we're accepting the ordinance and staff's proposed policy goal. Do I have a motion for those 2 items?
I'll move that we introduce ordinance 2026-3, amending chapter 10.18, and accept number 2 and number 3.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. That is unanimous. And we are right at 7 o'clock. And so we will take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 7:09. we'll bring the meeting back to order. Yumi looks poised and ready for our item 7.3, the 2027 through 2035 Housing Element Working Session.
Thank you. Good evening. It's good to see you again. We're here to talk about the goals, policies, and programs for the 7th cycle housing element. As you know, we've done one other workshop with the Planning Commission related to the sites inventory. And I do want to apologize ahead of time. There is an abundance of slides. I'll try to get through them effectively and efficiently, but they are important policy items, so we just want to make sure you're aware of them. So I just wanted to give you a quick overview on the housing element. As you are well aware, this is a mandatory element of the general plan. It is the plan for accommodating the town's fair share of the regional housing need as mandated by the state. And it is the only element that's reviewed and certified by the state, the Department of Housing and Community Development, for compliance with state law. And it's the only one with a statutory deadline and a timeline, so a 8-year planning period. The contents of a housing element include the housing profile, so a background on our demographics and our existing housing stock, a review of our previous element and performance, which was a draft of that was provided in your staff report, an inventory and analysis of adequate sites to meet RENA requirements, an analysis of potential governmental and non-governmental constraints, which is currently underway with Ascent, our housing consultant, a creation of housing policies and programs in a policy framework with quantified objectives, which is why we're here today. So we're just keeping track of a few important dates. You've seen this slide before. The 7th cycle planning period is an 8-year period from May 2027 to May 2035, so a little bit in our future. We're expected to adopt this housing element by May 2027, unless we want to incur some penalties from the state. We're hoping that we'll be releasing the public review draft for the housing element in May. We'll see if we can accomplish that, we're hoping. And then the town's target date for submitting the first draft to HCD is July 2026. So a fairly quick turnaround for all of this to get done. So today's focus is on the policy framework of the housing element. While we can discuss the goals and policies, the emphasis of this working session is on the programs. The programs are where the main implementation lies and where HCD focuses much of their review. So changing the programs as we move forward through this process will get harder and harder as we get closer to HCD's review. The policies and goals are less scrutinized by the state, so we can make potential changes there. We've been told by Ascent that they've never received a comment on the policies, so it's not seen as very important to HCD, but it is important to us to help guide us moving forward in our housing policy development. So state law requires that the town identify specific programs and actions for the housing element, and the required program components include identifying adequate sites to accommodate our RENA requirements, assist in the development of providing housing for all income levels within our community, removing governmental constraints where possible, conserving and improving our existing housing stock, preserving housing developments that are at risk of conversion to market rate, so potentially falling out of affordability, and then promoting equal housing opportunities for all members of our community. To address the required program components, housing elements broadly focus on 5 areas, and this is reflected in our goals within our current housing element, the 6th cycle, and what we have drafted for your review today. The 5 focus areas are on housing production, so creating new housing, housing for specific economic sectors and special needs groups, so like the elderly, the youth, not the elderly, people with disabilities, conserving and rehabilitating housing, energy conservation and sustainable development of housing, and affirmatively furthering fair housing. So our approach thus far is to review our existing housing element goals, policies, and programs, remove completed programs that we've accomplished, update goals and policies to reflect current trends, needs, and data, and then add new programs. And some of these new programs came out of the effort that we went through our housing equity framework, which you looked at last year. And that was a very helpful document. A lot of community outreach was done ahead of the housing element effort. So that was a great resource for as we move forward with this process. So I do want to note that Ascent will be adding other programs based on state law, based on their analysis of our governmental and non-governmental constraints and fair housing law. So there will be some changes you'll see in the public review draft based off of their recommendations and what they've seen with HCD and their knowledge of state law. But today, this isn't just about state law. We're here to talk about what our community needs, what we think we should incorporate, and what our future is as a community outside of what the state mandates. The state does mandate a lot within this housing element, far more than any other element. So we do need to keep that in mind and keep in mind what our housing element, how it will be scrutinized by the state. But we do want to find ways to make it our own, find ways to serve our community. So there are 4 specific parts of our program. So when we're trying to curate a program in our housing element today, keep in mind that we need to come up with specific steps that the town will take to implement the policies. We need to identify the specific responsible parties for each of these programs. So as we all know, Truckee is made up of other special districts. So you'll see that there are some programs that seek to support or collaborate with other entities. We should keep in mind that our role isn't necessarily, we don't have all-encompassing power over our community entities, so we want to make sure that we're partnering where necessary, and then where we do have some power, we can implement those programs. We also want to identify specific realistic timeframes. We don't want to be too, we want to be realistic, and we want to be, I think, we want to try to move expeditiously, but we understand that there are some realistic timelines that we need to meet in terms of workload and staffing. So, and then we also want, the state wants us to identify actual numbers, quantified objectives within our program. So they want to have actual, what we think we'll accomplish within the planning period, how many units will be created by this program, how many households will be served, how many people will be served, how many meetings if there's none of the other things that can be identified within programs. Sometimes we may not be able to identify specific objectives, but as best we can, we should incorporate them. And if HCD sees that we don't have an objective, they may come back and ask us for that specific quantified objective. So overall, when we are crafting and editing each program, we want to make sure that we're being realistic and practical. More analysis and deeper dives into specific actions and programs will be looked at in the future during implementation. As you know, we all come back to you with new programs, and we ask for more public input before we actually implement a program. At this level where we are now, we don't want to make the directive so specific that we're unable to be flexible or to pivot to meet actual real-world conditions, challenges, and opportunities. And then just to let you know, each year we have to report on our status on our housing element programs. So the level of detail is what are those programs, those components of the program that I provided. So we'll have to identify what we've done, how many units we've created as part of the program, and then provide supporting documentation to HCD each year. So here are some broad discussion questions that are part of your staff report for you to contemplate. There's nothing earth-shattering in these discussion questions. But if there are housing challenges that this draft policy does not include, we should talk about those and include them. You can consider whether or not there are any proposed programs that should be discussed for potential revision or removal. If what staff and Planning Commission have recommended do not meet what you think the community needs, we can definitely change those here. And then are there any new programs that the council would like to include? And then the Planning Commission did review this in February, at the end of February, at a special meeting, special working session, and they have provided some recommendations within the policy document, which, where applicable, I'll talk about in the next few slides. So I'm not going to go through every single policy within the housing element. I've pulled some out that I think are important or new, maybe for discussion. You can definitely bring back, identify other programs you want to discuss. I have all of them in the slide deck, but far away. So just let me know. But I just want to move through this pretty efficiently. I'm sure you've read through the documents, and many of these policies and programs that are in the housing element, the draft housing element, are within our existing housing elements, since we have found those to be effective. So our first goal is related to creating housing within our town to serve all segments of the community. And there are 2 new programs within this goal, which are related to the RENA requirements, so required rezones and no net loss findings. And those requirements are, these are required programs to meet our RENA requirements, because we are anticipating a shortfall of our low-income housing units. The no net loss findings, we talked about that in detail at the sites inventory workshop. if we do, as we move forward in the planning period, as we approve projects, we may not be meeting our RENA requirements, and if we don't approve the same amount that's identified within our housing element, then we need to potentially accommodate it elsewhere within our community, and that may mean some rezoning. So that's just us tracking as we move forward in the planning period. The commission recommended some edits. They're mostly just for clarity and reformatting, so that's shown here. The accessory dwelling units program is incorporated. It's very similar to what's existing in our existing housing element. We've done quite a lot, and we're continuing many of those items in the future. The one substantive change within this program is that we are proposing that we look at the potential separate conveyance of the primary dwelling and an ADU, which is allowed by state law, optionally by each jurisdiction. So that's been included within this document. The Planning Commission suggested that we include specific analysis on potential infrastructure considerations if we do allow this, impacts to neighborhood compatibility, and then feasibility of applying an income or use restriction on properties or other similar mechanism to ensure affordability of these housing units. So it wouldn't create that program, it would tell us to start working on that program. Goal 2 is to support the creation of affordable and deed-restricted housing, so specifically for those types of deed-restricted units. Commission did have a recommendation related to a policy to incorporate supporting ongoing reviews of the town's procedures, standards, and fees. So we've updated policy 2.9 to reflect that change. Program H2B includes supporting affordable housing developers, which is an ongoing item within our housing element. So working with housing developers to find in-kind technical assistance, supporting their grant applications, things we've continued to do over the past planning cycle and beyond. Additionally, we're proposing to look at the inclusionary housing ordinance and the workforce housing ordinance. As we know, every year we come back, we talk about how we would like to look at these again, revise them, review how effective they are. These two, including the in lieu fee, would be something we would look at in the next planning period. Additionally, we're continuing a program related to local funding sources, and this is an action you are currently in the process of doing. We have also completed that process when ballot or Measure K was adopted or passed. But this is something that we think will be necessary moving forward if we want to continue being successful in our housing programs. So continuing looking for local funding sources where possible for housing. Program H2G is related to second homes and short-term rentals and continuing our existing housing programs where we're converting short-term rentals to long-term rentals, looking at short-term rental and timeshare regulations, ensuring neighborhood compatibility. And Planning Commission suggested we add second homes to this title just for clarity to actually reflect what the program is related to. We have a program related to publicly owned land, which is a continuation from our previous housing element, and that's working collaboratively with other agencies like the school district, Caltrans, the hospital district, and PUD to identify ways to put affordable housing on those publicly owned lands. And then we have a program that's supporting housing for Truckee's workforce, which is specifically to continue to implement the town's existing deed restriction programs like THAP and homegrown housing, and then also our upcoming discussion on our development code updates for homegrown housing or the development code incentives for deed restricted housing. So this will just continue those efforts and maybe increase their effectiveness where possible. This is the one brand new program that the commission recommended. They recommended that we include a program related to non-deed restricted housing for Truckee's workforce. So the previous one is for deed restricted. This is for non-deed restricted housing. And they pulled out similar programs like the Nevada County Down Payment Assistance Program or Tahoe Forest Home Purchase Assistance Program as examples of how a non-deed restricted housing program could work. We do have some non-deed restricted housing programs. We are in the process, I believe, Lynn just told me that we were granted our PLHA monies so that we can do our most recent non-deed restricted housing program. But we do have other non-deed restricted housing programs that are existing within the town. And also, I do want to note that this Nevada County program and Tahoe Forest Hospitals program is applicable to the town of Truckee residents. So there are options for non-deed restricted housing, but the language that we came up to meet the Planning Commission's recommendation is to analyze the effectiveness and financial feasibility of a potential non-deed restricted down payment assistance program for eligible households. And if we think that the analysis finds that it would be financially feasible and would help achieve our town's goals, then we can implement them as needed. I do want to note that there was an error in the staff report, and we do want to note that we're not looking to create 100 deed restricted housing units through this program. If we did adopt this program, we think maybe 20 non-deed restricted housing units would be more likely, since this is a non-deed restricted housing program. Two new programs that we're proposing, which are both from they're both outcomes from the Housing Equity Framework, are to start work on creation of a housing authority with neighboring counties, and then to work with collaboratively with other jurisdictions to create a Truckee-specific area median income, or really a jurisdiction-specific area income, which is not currently supported by federal or state laws. So we just want to carry those Housing Equity Framework recommendations forward in the housing element. Goal 3 is to provide housing for special needs groups. So those are the elderly, people with disabilities, single parent households, large households, and people experiencing homelessness. And the commission, as part of this goal, recommended a new policy that supports incorporating a variety of income levels in one project to create diverse neighborhoods. So we added policy H3.5 in response to that recommendation. It's very similar to how our inclusionary housing requirements work, where we want to have the affordable housing units part of the larger market rate project. We're proposing program H3.7, which is to shelter and housing solutions for persons experiencing homelessness, and that would be to continue to provide support to Nevada County in the operation of the Navigation Center, and collaborate with the county in identifying stable funding sources and how to support the ongoing operation of this service. And then program H3D is to, we've changed the title from diversified housing to a variety of housing, which would serve, as we stated, a larger swath of our community, including those special needs groups we stated. Goal 4 is to conserve existing housing. That is our most important resource. It's easier to conserve existing housing than to build new housing. Commission's recommendation is to include language supporting prioritizing deed-restricted units when applying resources for rehabilitation of existing housing. So we updated policy H4.1 for that, to meet that recommendation. And then we have 2 programs in the housing element. One is new, where we want to support the rehabilitation of housing, and particularly substandard residential properties, making sure that they come up to compliance and to make sure that they're safe for housing. But for rehabilitation of housing, we're also proposing new programs, continuing our existing programs to help property owners rehabilitate their housing. Additionally, we have 2 new programs which are related. They're both about replacement units. The first one is just about replacement units for affordable units on an existing property. If a project comes in and wants to demo and rebuild, they would still have to provide that same amount of affordable housing that's on that property. Similarly, for mobile home parks, they would have to also provide that same amount of level of affordability if they decide to get rid of the mobile home park and then build a new housing project on the site. Additionally, with the mobile home parks, we've provided some information. However, it is a pretty tight program, just because it's when we've worked with the state on mobile home parks, we've been told that the state has jurisdiction over all mobile home parks, and the town has very little jurisdiction. So we kept it. We understand that mobile home parks are still a part of our housing landscape, but we have limited capabilities to provide assistance from a local government standpoint. Goal 5 is to support energy conservation and sustainable development, so ensuring that we have a balance, balancing the need for housing with our environmental needs. Commission's recommendation as part of this goal was to add a new policy supporting home hardening, so we created a new policy H5.9. Additionally, we created a new program related to home energy conservation, so encouraging homeowners to undertake energy and water conservation projects. So that would be working closely with our utility providers on getting that messaging out. Goal 6 is related to equal housing opportunities. So this is related to the fair housing laws of the housing element. Ascent believes that we'll see some changes here, maybe substantial changes to ensure that we're consistent with state law. But right now, our one new program that we've added to this section is to expand bilingual access, which is something that's come out of the housing equity framework and that we're proposing as part of this draft. So working directly with our local community promotoras, ensuring that our Spanish-speaking community is informed of our resources and our programs. So that's included as a new program within our housing element. And so I quickly went through many of the highlights of our housing element policies. I'm happy to answer any questions, talk about any other policies or programs. Next up, once we get through this working session, Ascent will be completing the demographics, background research, and constraints analysis, and they'll be reviewing our policies and programs for consistency with state law and fair housing requirements. And then we expect the public review documents in the next couple of months. We're aiming for May. And I'm here for any questions.
Wow, fantastic, Yumi. Thank you very much. Before I head to council members for questions, I do just want to take this opportunity to reflect and celebrate a little on what we accomplished in the 6th cycle of our housing element, because it's pretty extraordinary. So I listed a few things here, and I know this isn't even fully comprehensive, but 124 ADU permits completed. Now we have a dedicated ADU team. $50,000 loans and pre-approved plans for ADUs. Our Lease to Locals program converted 252 homes to long-term rentals, housing over 626 residents. Truckee Home Access Program deed restricted 32 houses now. The town contributed to the Pacific Crest Commons, which is going to yield, is that 67 units? Is that right? 60 at Pacific Crest Commons?
55 units
55
opening
units.
next fall.
So excited. And then on top of that, during this cycle, we also supported the Otter's Loss, Frischman Hollow 2, Coldstream Commons, and we had our creative endeavor and approval of Edmonds Loft. So much of this is thanks to the community supporting Measure K and providing a sustainable long-term funding for that. So we have accomplished a lot, and this shows the town's ingenuity, dedication, and focus on housing our local workforce. Now, of course, the state has upped the ante for us, and here we are again in the 7th cycle. So we do still have some work to do, but I did just want to kind of frame it with that level of success. And with that, I also want to say thank you to staff for the little blue boxes. I thought that was brilliant, and I did a full-on laugh out loud at the first one that says, quote, "If you're short on time, focus on the programs." You know us all so well. So thank you for that, staff, for all that you've done to put all these programs together, to put this presentation together, and to keep us on this very, very aggressive schedule. With that, Councilmember Pallavi, would you like to start off our questions?
Sure. Back to the just mostly, I think a little bit of clarifying more than anything. There was, and this is, I think I was one trying to understand the difference between the policies, goals, and programs. So I don't know which one this one was under, but AMI, was that just a?
That's a program.
That was a program. Great. if we're gonna advocate, where is it? Oh, thank you. Do we also, so, and this is a question that we're sort of tackling cross-jurisdictionally as well, but if we're going to be doing this, do we also want to add something, or is it even possible to add something on cross-jurisdictional cooperation for satisfying RENA goals? To me, it sort of speaks of the same issue. Like, our region is facing AMI challenges as a region, and we are also facing both land and state requirement challenges. So that was.
Yeah. I think it would be challenging to do cross-jurisdictional, just because right now it's in Nevada County already. It's considered our regional needs. And really, the town is probably doing better in achieving the RENA requirements, and the likelihood is that the other jurisdictions would want to apply more RENA requirements to the town and take lesser RENA requirements for themselves. But if you're talking about working with Nevada County and the other cities about AMI, that's definitely a possibility, and that could fall under this same program.
Okay. Personally, I don't like the term second homes. I don't find it to be very accurate, because it might not be a second home. It might be a third or fourth home as well. Short-term rental also doesn't quite capture it. So if we're going to change the language there, just a question we might want to, if we're going to be accurate there, we might want to choose just a broader term for maybe not primary occupied homes, or whatever that wordsmithing becomes. Okay, I have a question that I don't believe I liked the answer to in the question and answers. So yes, I don't know who answered that question. So we're going to see if maybe there's a different one out there. But I'm trying to understand. I'm not allowed to do that. Huh? No fishing for the right answer. Well, I don't think it was, maybe it just wasn't answered in the way that I was asking it. So staff in the policy, when you were talking about the deed restrictions and the first-time homebuyer assistance, and it was stated in the staff report that this is contrary. I don't believe it to be. I'm trying to understand if it's contrary from a resource perspective. Like, if you're telling us it's contrary because we're saying we want to deed restrict 10% of our homes, we don't have enough money to deed restrict 10% of our homes as it is. So adding another program would be contrary to sort of like taking on a financial burden. Is it financially contrary, or is it literally you're saying like you can't have both?
I think it's financially contrary, that if you're allocating funds to the non-deed restricted housing, then you're taking away potential funds for the deed restricted
See,
housing.
that is a different answer that came across in the question and answer.
Councilmember Pallavi, if I could add to that a bit
Yes.
as well, in addition to the financial impact of if we have a limited budget of funding to spend on housing, so it would
Yes,
just
but
be
we're going
dividing
to raise a
it.
lot more.
Potentially will be, so that would be a wonderful problem to have. We also have, what we find with our existing housing programs is there's a limited pool of individuals who are in a place to and interested in moving forward with purchasing a home through a town program. So a policy question is really, are we okay with some people choosing path A, which is perhaps a down payment assistance, and others choosing path B, which includes a deed restriction? Or is council's goal on deed restrictions, are we saying we really want to funnel people towards the deed restriction pathway because that helps us develop this larger inventory of deed restricted homes? So in that way, it's a little bit more than just a financial constraint, although a financial constraint is a significant aspect of that.
And was the planning commission's deliberation on that, did it go back to sort of the appreciation of the property? Is that what their sort of continued interest was?
Their interest was, I think, to open up other avenues for housing. And I think that they saw it as a win-win in that eventually you would get that money back and then you could funnel it to somebody else. But I don't think we didn't talk very much about the appreciation of the homes.
Okay. I was wondering if that was something that got brought up. Okay. Non-redistricted housing. Okay. So, can you go back to this one? So, explain to me what this means. If the analysis finds that the program would be financially feasible, who is it feasible to? Is it feasible to the town as the funder, or is it feasible to the consumer as the user?
I think the intent of that language is for the town.
So if the analysis finds that the program is financially feasible, so if the town has budget, so to me, I guess, okay. But isn't this going to be subjective? This is not an objective program, in my opinion, because this is only feasible, only financially feasible if a council in a budget cycle says, now we want to make it financially feasible.
This doesn't necessarily have to be black and white. That analysis will be conducted at the program level when we come back to you and ask you, do you think this is financially feasible? Is this what you want in your budget?
Is this the right place for it? Like, why wouldn't it be like a goal, maybe? Like, if you're telling me that the order of operations is programs, then policies, then goals, a program, if we're going to submit this to HCD, means like, at least it means to me, and that's why I'm asking this question, that's like what we're doing. Like, yeah, like that's a thing we are committing to do in the next 7 years.
Yeah, so that's a program. The goal is the overarching. It's just a broad idea of what we're trying to accomplish.
The goal is in the green?
No, the goal is this one. Support the creation of affordable and deed-restricted housing. So very broad.
Very broad,
And we
right.
have-
But the program is deed restrict the
The
housing.
program's specific to deed restricted, or the goal is.
Or non-deed.
Non-deed
that's true.
restricted.
No, the goal. But now the program says non-deed restricted.
That's correct. That's probably a correct statement that we need to move that somewhere else. And that
If we're going to
Yes.
move forward, that's an if. If we're going
Right,
to move
okay.
forward with this non-deed restricted housing, then the goal needs to change because the
Right.
goal is for deed restriction.
Right.
or it needs to move under a different goal if there's reason to.
Okay. Okay. I'm good on this one. Or at least my questions are finished on this one. The next one was the Housing Authority Program. Where'd this one come from?
This was in the housing equity framework.
This was in the housing equity. So this is like something that doesn't exist yet.
There are versions of it.
Okay, I was going to suggest we have versions of it.
The housing, this was specifically to work with Nevada and Placer counties to create the housing authority that's more engaged within the town of Truckee and our specific region the area that we consider our region.
Yeah, so we are part of a regional housing authority. That regional housing authority is very focused on affordable housing, so 80% and below. The idea with this recommendation in our housing equity framework is to consider creation of whether it's a new housing authority or some other sort of iteration of an existing one that focuses more on sort of a broader range of affordability. Housing authorities can do things like develop housing, run programs in a way that our current housing authority is not sort of working in that space right now.
And I think the other place where this exists, the Truckee-specific area median income specifically, is in our legislative platform.
Right. And that's where there's like some crossover here is kind of what I'm getting at, that we can discuss it during deliberation. Like, I agree with you. That's a legislative issue, not a Regardless, maybe we could hear from a representative from a regional housing authority during public comment. That'd be really helpful because one exists in Placer County that has the ability to work cross borders, I believe. So we'll hear about that maybe. Okay. So this came from the Housing Equity Framework, which is what? Which is one of our documents?
Yes, which council adopted about 10 months ago
Right.
in August.
But we're like duplicating a lot of different efforts, I feel like, or we just have a lot of things coming into different places. Moving on. H3.5 is, so this was kind of my question that I also asked in the Q&A. And why I'm bringing it, so it's basically like we want everybody to live together as much shared as possible, right? Like that was like the basic gist of it. But I'm wondering, do we like corner ourselves by putting things like this in here? So like this is a policy, so maybe it's not a program, so it's not as important. So that would be the first answer, right? It's not as important, not a program. But are we sort of disservicing ourselves when all we keep hearing about is mixed use is the most expensive? All of these other types of things are becoming more challenging. This, whether it's a senior housing coupled with, studio units, like, is that even realistic, from an economics perspective? So what I'm wondering is, do we do ourselves a disservice by trying to create this umbrella that just simply allows for like literally everything to take place versus having this overlay of like economic reality of what we can achieve on the ground, what a developer might be doing? Like where does that balance take place?
I think when we're looking at our programs, we looked at it through a real lens of what's actually realistic, especially when I was coming up with our quantified objectives, where our numbers were low in some locations in our quantified objectives, but that's based on reality, on based what we actually get from projects. So I think that's where the nitty gritty gets, where we go into the details. The policies are a little broader, bigger picture, but if you have concerns about this, we can talk about it.
I only have concerns with the policies just simply like trying to literally encompass every possible scenario in the entire world versus like, how are we going to achieve our RENA goals?
I mean, there's a balance there because the state has given us a lot to accomplish. And we're also following the lead of our consultant that's helping us with this. And we do have to put a lot of stuff in here to sort of meet what the state's telling us to do, even if some of it's maybe a little more idealistic or less realistic than we think it is. So, I mean, Yumi's done a good job, I think, in balancing that.
I think mostly what I want to know is just like, what are we like? What looks good? What's required? And it's not a answer that I think you're going to have tonight necessarily. I think it's just something that I'd love to see when we get to the public draft of like, to what extent programs in an effective way, right? That's mostly what my goal is.
Yeah, and I will just say, we as the staff are probably being somewhat conservative in what's going in this version because we do understand that once the state reviews it, they may require other things that we would like to understand what those are first.
Right. Yeah.
So, there will be modifications that happen, but I think we hear what you're saying.
Okay. And then to the mobile home park, and I know this will be a great bone of contention, but what if a mobile home park, it's private property at the end of the day, primarily run by state law. what if it just wants to redevelop as something completely not a mobile home park or not a housing development? Like, where does that fall into play? Like, do we really, like, I would argue, and I'm not saying that mobile home parks don't provide a valuable housing source, right? Like, I get it. I'm not downplaying mobile home parks. I'm also saying mobile home parks are probably the least highest and best use land use model, right? So we have both of those issues going on at the same time. So if a property owner wants to get rid of a mobile home park, does this then take effect, or like how does that even come into play?
I believe my understanding is that you would have to provide those units on site. However, we can look
On-site.
into whether or not there's any provisions for doing off-site conversion or creation of similar affordability levels. We can include
But the no net loss would apply.
for the mobile home park units, yeah, you'd have to do the replacement units.
Right, whether it's on site or in lieu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And replacement units would be like, you're talking mobile home park, but it could also be if somebody on the one right above it, if somebody wants to tear down a multifamily property and try to build one giant house, they would have to also relocate.
Yes.
Okay. That is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Romack?
Sure. Just staying on this slide then, now talking through that. Is there a reason we have to call out mobile home parks separately then, if they would fall under the replacement unit requirement?
We could potentially combine them, especially if the other items are not of interest to be included, or we can somehow figure out how to combine them.
Okay. And I was just, since we're looking at this page. And then this is in our housing equity framework. This is in our legislative platform. The goal would be to capture all of that stuff in this document. It's not like, I guess it's not a bad thing to duplicate it because we want to tell the state all the stuff we're doing and kind of get credit for it, right?
That's correct.
So it's a positive, even though it's a lot of the same stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you go back to one of the ADU ones on the conveyance of property? I guess a question, thank you. Just the last line in the third bullet, to allow for separate subdivision and sale of ADUs to achieve the town's goals for affordable housing. I guess that kind of stuck out, like, instead of I get we're thinking a ADU would probably be more affordable, but what if it's not deed restricted, what if it's deed restricted for just local workforce? So I guess just having affordable there, would it be better to just goals for housing or something like that?
We could certainly make that change.
Okay, that was just something I was curious about, or if there was a reason we felt like we had to have that there.
And that's if we decide to include that.
If we decide to include it, exactly. Yep. I think that's it for now. Yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes, could you go to page 133, program H-1.A, that's the rezone, and it says, it looks like the 8.6 acres was a calculation. You essentially took a need for 138 units divided by not 8.6. You did 16 units per acre times 8.6 and ended up with 138. I butchered that a little bit. You did 138 divided by 16 and came out with 8.6. So does state law, would HCD allow us to have a minimum of 20, 24, or 32 units per acre, and in that way reduce the number of required acres?
I believe so, yes. And I guess that's minimum of 8.6 acres may not be necessary.
Because what they would want is a minimum number of acres.
What they want is the minimum units.
Excuse me, number of minimum
Yeah,
density.
and this is language that I think that Ascent has used multiple times in their, in other housing elements, so we could talk to them about whether or not it needs to be based on acres or if it could just be based on lower income units.
Okay, in our effort to find the most suitable sites, then, has staff looked at the pros and cons of increasing the minimum density? Like, does the cost per unit go down if you go up in minimum density? What does it do to the height of the building? Does it mean you go to 4 stories? What does it do to parking? All those things. Have you looked at the cost benefit?
We haven't done that level of calculation. I believe like with BAE study, they did some amount, but they couldn't go into the granular details of exactly how much parking it would increase or what kind of
Okay.
height it would result
If
in.
we are correct that HCD might accept higher minimum densities, thus reducing the amount of acreage required to meet the RENA requirements, I think that would be something worth looking at before this comes back to council. Now, been also looking at this target of 138 dwelling units shortage for low income. That's less than 80% AMI. That essentially means that if we're going to have 16 units per acre at 8.6 acres, virtually all the units would need to be something like low income tax credit housing. All the units would need to be restricted at under 80%.
That's correct.
Okay, but HCD would accept the fact we would only be required to have 20% of the units at less than 80% AMI in order to have it be developable as a matter of right. The by right.
That's correct. So once we rezone any of these sites, then yes, they would only be required to do 20% to be a by rights, to develop by right. However, it is kind of an interesting shell game that HCD has created where they only look at the land for when it's undeveloped, but once a project comes in and says, well, you said it was going to be a 50-unit affordable housing site, but I'm doing 50 units, but 10% of them are affordable housing, and so then we lose 40 of those affordable housing units within. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Glad you confirmed that little contradiction. And then I had trouble understanding the language when you talked about having a mixed-use project would require 100% residential use. Can you pull up, it was one of the bullet points under that. I think it was the 3rd bullet point. And it's just, it didn't make sense. So that's, H dash, what's it?
I think it was no net loss. Let me pull up the actual text. This was actually brought up by our planning commission as well.
Yeah, it's there. There you go. At the bottom of that page, it's on the 4th bullet under B. If accommodating more than 50% of the lower income RENA on site designated for mixed use, all sites designated for mixed use must allow 100% residential. I don't understand. If it's mixed use, how can you require 100% residential?
So this is language that's directly from HCD. I've had to read this multiple times, and then I think I immediately forget what it is, and then I understand it, and then I forget it. Let me read it again.
That's a convenient excuse.
Accommodating more than 50%. Okay, so they want you to accommodate most of the units on fully residential sites. But if you do decide to do some on mixed-use sites, all those sites for mixed use can be not mixed use and be 100% residential uses.
Really? Okay. Okay, thank you. And then in the, when we had the our work meeting before there was also a contingency. We talked about a 30% contingency for lower income, which jumped up that gap of 138 up to 349, the deficit. How's that being addressed in here?
I had the same question for Ascent. They said that we don't have to put it in as a program because it's not a requirement by the state. We are going to talk about it in our sites inventory when that comes as part of the public review draft.
Okay, so
we'll identify many different or a list of candidate sites that could be rezoned, and we might identify specific sites that could be buffer sites that would have not 16 dwelling units per acre. They're not required the same by right standards. It'd be 15 dwelling units per acre, and there isn't a minimum density requirement for those.
okay, so that's analogous to the additional sites that are listed in Appendix A of our current housing element.
Appendix C or D? C?
We list sites in one part, and then we go down and we have additional sites, right? Okay. The state also requires us to identify sites for emergency shelters. I know we have the navigation center now, but is that something we'll need to do?
Yeah, that's currently in our housing element. That is part of the constraints analysis that Ascent is completing right now.
Okay. On the AMI provision, in a staff answer to council questions, they said the federal government currently does not recognize AMI calculations at the municipal level. So isn't the federal government the only governmental entity that requires us to use the AMI levels for the award of low-income tax credit housing or vouchers and that sort of thing?
There's state level funding, but there's also all of our RENA requirements are based on Nevada County requirements. So there are reasons at the state level that we need to meet Nevada County levels currently.
Okay, so there would be reasons where there are times when just the state has this RENA requirements based on AMI, and this provision here is trying to get them to adjust it. Is Truckee's AMI higher or lower than the county's?
Higher. Which is why many of our programs are geared towards a higher AMI to accommodate a larger swath of our community.
Okay. In both an answer to a council question and in the statement of the program status for existing element, and I certainly agree with the mayor, it was so impressive to see all that's been accomplished. In a way, I feel like HCD should just rubber stamp our proposed program in light of what we've already accomplished. However, it says for Pacific Crest Commons, they're going to have 10 project-based Section 8 vouchers. And Section 8 is the portable voucher for tenants. Project vouchers are for the units, unit-based. So isn't it really a project-based vouchers, not Section 8?
I believe that was an error, so it should be project-based.
Okay, so you'll catch that because it's in this beautiful document that you're going to send to HCD, and it's the only thing that caught my eye that seemed wrong. Oh, and then on page, I think I have page 1/3, program H23. I saw we had programs for the vouchers, or policies or programs for the vouchers, but not for low-income tax credit housing.
Not specifically, but generally we are supportive of.
You think we're covering it? Okay.
Well, we can take a look and see if it meets.
And then on the current interest programs, the down payment programs, you mentioned there are already programs in existence in our community. There was the PLHA program that's mentioned somewhere. Then there's MARTIS and a third one. Are those programs being exhausted? Let me put it this way. Why are they insufficient? Why was the Planning Commission, do you think, adding another one? I know it said non-deed restricted. Are all the others deed restricted?
No, not all of them are deed restricted. So I don't know if they were aware. I think they are aware of the Martis Fund, but I'm not 100% sure if they were aware of the PLHA funding, which we provided that synopsis to them at the meeting.
Okay.
But I think that they were just looking to expand any programs if it wasn't already codified in our housing element.
Okay. Do you happen to remember do those programs just have eligibility requirements, or do they also have deed restrictions?
They were just, I think in the questions I provided, they were eligibility requirements. So mostly income restrictions.
Yeah, so those programs all have income restrictions that are substantially lower than our THAP program, for example, the PLHA program, and then we also have the home funded program through the town are both at 80% AMI and below. The Nevada County has a down payment assistance program that's 120?
150 for Truckee.
150 AMI, and then the Martis Fund is
180 in Placer. So the home can be in Truckee, but it's based on the Placer AMI.
Yeah, and those programs do not require deed restrictions with the exception that the Martis Fund program will layer with our THAP program. So that one does require a deed restriction. It doesn't have its own deed restriction. It only works in collaboration with either Placer's deed restriction program or the town's deed restriction program. So that one's a little bit different.
Okay. Mayor, I may want to ask a couple additional questions, but rather than try to sort through right now.
Yes, let's,
can I
because we
pass off?
may not even,
Thank you.
We need to get a parameter on that first. Thank you. Vice Mayor Henderson.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep my questions really pointed. If we include H2XX, is there a mechanism to ensure that it's funded from a separate source? So, for example, from a philanthropic partner, from some other funding source, rather than competing for the deed restriction program dollars? Like, could we put language in there to specify that?
I think we could support other funding sources, and so it would be, yes, we could change the language to be more of a supporting program.
Okay. And building on Councilmember Zabrisky's question about some of the other programs, it does seem like there are already a lot of existing programs for first-time home buyer loans that are not deed restricted. I know they might have different AMI levels depending on where that funding comes from. I know you mentioned Martis Fund, the home buyer assistance program they have. There's also the California Dream for All down payment assistance program, right? And do we still have Cal Home and Begin Reuse program funding as well?
Yes, it's an existing program.
Yeah, okay, and those are all reuse, the loans sort of, they reuse and recycle effectively?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On H2K, the local AMI coalition, has staff already engaged any other specific mountain communities? And I just ask because we've talked about this AMI issue for the entire 6 years I've been on council, maybe longer for those of you who have been up here longer. We haven't made any progress. Our legislative advocate hasn't made any progress. Every year we sort of get the same. It's complex. It's hard to deal with. So just if we include this, I want to ensure we're sort of setting ourselves up for success to the extent that we can.
We have talked to Nevada County and Placer County about this, so our regional partners, but we have not made a concerted effort to speak with other resort communities statewide.
Is the intention behind it that we would, though? I'm thinking of places like Mammoth and some other places that face similar constraints.
I think that was the Planning Commission's expectation.
Thank you. Very last question. From the staff report, it says, both the Town Council and the Planning Commission will have another opportunity to review the goals, policies, and programs with the full context of the rest of the housing element chapters when the public review draft is released in the next couple of months. Does this mean council will see a sense fair housing analysis additions to Goal 6 only when the public draft is released or prior to that?
Only when the public draft is released.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple, hopefully quick ones. So I just feel like the state is setting us up for being really vulnerable with this no net loss 180-day rule. So the plan is to have some backup sites ready to rezone kind of quickly, that we've already approached those owners. We know their capacity, all of that sort of stuff.
The idea is to have candidate sites that we can rezone, and then also create, as part of this buffer sites that we could rezone ahead of schedule before it becomes an issue for the town.
Okay.
and provide more information about some of the things that we're doing, but that's just an example of some of the work you can do in partnership with you all.
Thank you very much, Erin. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Mayor, I just had one more question.
Hold on, let me just see if there's any other public comment out there. It does not look like it. Okay, I will close public comment, and yes, go right ahead,
Yeah.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Do we know how much public land we have inside Truckee, or specifically the federal land?
No, not off the top of our heads, but we can definitely get that information.
Okay. You mentioned public land. Is there any county land, the might be available?
Mostly, the list that we created was for the school district land, the hospital, the PUD. There was
Okay,
one more,
PUD.
and the Caltrans land.
Okay. Do you remember offhand what the acreage was, or have any sense how much of it might be reasonable?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilmember or Romack.
I know we had one of our programs was around partnering with nonprofits and private developers. I forget exactly what it said. I guess just so this could encompass what Aaron was just talking about if we were, if the housing trust. Okay, cool. I was just seeing if what she was talking about would fit in with one of our programs. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to tee this up a little bit because, this is a very complex issue. It's also especially challenging because we're dealing with so many different moving parts, including state requirements that continue to move with new legislation and new RENA numbers. And yet it's really clear to us, and it's from just the questions that have been asked, we're adding our own layer of complexity here, which I think many of us are struggling a little bit with. But so I think there's probably a lot of details that we want to get into, but I want to start with some kind of high level things, which I'm thinking I might not have to ask additional questions about, because if we're not going to say, add an additional program for non-deed restricted, or we're not going to, or if we are interested in considering an ADU conveyance, then I've got some more questions to ask. So can we start with a couple of those high level things, like how do each of you feel about the ADU conveyance? Is it a policy or program? I can't remember. It's one of the two. Can I start over here? Councilmember Pallavi, the ADU conveyance, it seems like there's some real pros and cons to that. Is that something that you are interested in including in this element?
I can make my deliberation really easy because I don't think I have an answer to every question on a policy level. My entire deliberation goes to what can the town achieve in our housing element that we can reasonably accomplish, and we are not pigeonholing ourselves into trying to layer multiple more challenging things that we're just going to be digging ourselves a hole in.
Those are kind of the top things that I wanted to hit on first, of like, do we really want to go down this road?
Yeah, I know.
Do we really want to add that layer of complexity for ourselves? Okay.
Yeah, that's where my answers are going to be like, keep it tight, people, because what we put in here, we have a general plan. We have our housing equity framework. We got a million other governing documents out there. And this is the one going to the state.
Mm-hmm. And that they will hold us to.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not interested in making it more difficult.
Unless staff would like to step up and advocate for, no, we really think this is important for us to send to the state and to include or achieve. We might be more on a slice and dice up here. Yeah.
This is one that I'm kind of interested in, to be honest. I don't know, and I know now I'm getting and again, I look at, we accomplished a lot in our last housing element, to your point. A lot of our other stuff is kind of stuff we're just rinsing and repeating, which is great. And let's keep improving it.
And it will achieve more units.
And it will, but I guess, there is a part of me, maybe not to the extent that the Planning Commission added all of this analysis. And here's where I'd be curious from staff, I have heard people ask this question about ADUs and, lot splits and whatnot. So is this something to at least study? We're not committing ourselves. It's based on these findings, then we determine. We're not saying we're definitely doing it,
well,
but
we're calling it a program, and that's what the state is going to hold us to.
But I think some of our others, it's the same with the AMI. We're just saying kind of advocate for it. We're not saying we will come out with a new AMI, so I guess I'm a little more open to, and again, we have 8 years, maybe just making it broader. So we're not saying we're definitely going to achieve this on X date, but.
So let me turn to this side. This program in particular, Vice Mayor Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, to me, all this is saying that we're going to do is an analysis. Like, we're going to hire another consultant. They're going to do an analysis. We're going to get some findings. A decision's going to be made based on those findings. Like, I don't think that this is saying we're going down one specific path or another, or committing to one path or another. And it'll be up to whatever council is seated at that point to make that decision.
It will be. But I think it is saying that that this is a policy that we're interested in.
Based on
Councilmember
findings.
Zabriskie.
And every dollar
I'm
amount,
with you,
and
Vice
every
Mayor.
study and every dollar amount of other programs is just siphoning. It's that contrary, right? It's that dollar value. It's like how many dollars in programs and capacity do we have to manage and analyze? I was contemplating as I was sitting here. I was like, wow, if the state just spent half the time actually executing on housing versus planning for housing, they'd probably be a lot more successful. But
So I think that, just to finish my thought before, I just wanted to, I think that what Councilmember Pallavi is bringing up is important. It is like every time we devote resources to these different things, I mean, it seems like every time we go to like bring on another consultant, it's, it's not insignificant. So
It's also staff time.
and it's, of course, it's staff time and capacity as well. So I think to your point, there's a balance to be realistic about what we can actually achieve. And I know some of the conversation before about like what's realistic. I don't know if we necessarily touched on like, are all the things proposed in this realistic from like a staff capacity perspective over the cycle that this is proposed in? Like, I don't know the answer to that.
Councilmember Zabriskie, what are your thoughts on this one?
I tend to agree with Councilmember Pallavi. I wish I had thought to ask staff what is the sales job on doing this separation of the primary and accessory dwelling unit. Tentatively, what does it get us? What's the probable cause?
What's the
prompts
probable
us to
yield
even
of
undertake
units?
the analysis?
Yeah.
And my thought is, take it out. We can always come back to it later if somebody can make a prima facie case for why we should do it.
That's kind of my thought on this one and on the AMI of I'd rather see that in our work plan than in an housing element, personally.
But don't we want to get credit? I guess this is where, back to my question, like I understand the balance. Like we don't want to put too much on staff's plate, and I totally support that and don't want to waste a lot of money on studies. But also, if we're going to put it into our work plan in 2 years, why not put it into our housing element so that way we can acknowledge with the state these additional things we're doing? I guess
Does
that's
it really get us much credit on the states,
So-
on our numbers?
So I guess number one, we'll talk to our assent about whether or not, depending on where this conversation goes, about whether or not this is something that they think HCD really wants us to see and explore. It's currently an optional item within the housing state law, so maybe it's not as big of a deal to them. I would also say that we will report on whatever we do in housing. We want to get credit wherever possible. So we would likely say it'll still fall under this program, even if that's not a bullet point, and it'd be under continue to review and revise the ADU ordinance to reduce barriers, and it would still meet that criteria.
Yeah, because then the
great
next,
solution.
Yeah, because the next concern I have about this is how do we keep these units from being purchased as a non-primary residence, yeah. So then we created another whole problem. Okay, so, and the AMI policy, how are people feeling about that? Do we want to see it in the housing element, or do we want to have that more of a work plan item?
Can I kick off on this one? Because I feel, I understand the concern about like, does it just need to be in the work plan? I definitely respect that. I think my concern with this one is like it's been in the legislative platform for many, many years. And again, like nothing has happened. We don't have any result from it being there. So does putting it here and pushing us into a place where like Truckee is taking a lead on forming a coalition and working across other like rural and mountain communities that face the same issues, like does that actually get us closer at least to the type of outcome that we want, which is a like a Tahoe regional specific AMI? Again, I don't know the answer to that. And again, it's the same issues you all brought up that are really good issues of staff time and capacity and all of those things. But I just think we've had it in the work plan, we've had it in the ledge platform, and it hasn't yielded anything. So let's not commit to doing the same thing we've done for many years with no result.
And I think the reason why it's here anyway is because it's adjacent to this housing authority. That is really the step that we're looking for to get some traction on this, because it has been a goal, but we don't have this housing authority mechanism in order to really make way. Other.
I would only reflect, so like when we talk about getting credit and we talk about the requirements for the housing element, it's basically at the end of the day, it's zoning related, right? That's what we're getting credit for.
Zoning.
What are we getting credit for? What are we satisfying? These are all things under the top level goal that we need to get credit and satisfy the state's request to achieve a number, right? So taking things out and having them in work plans and like that's what I'm just trying to get to the baseline, what we're trying to absolutely accomplish. The only reason why I actually think the AMI piece stays is because all of the numbers are tied to AMI, right? And the numbers that are tied to AMI aren't getting us what we actually want as a community. So I actually get rid of a whole bunch more. I keep the AMI in there because that's the crux of what we're actually trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve zoning and units at distinct AMI levels with the capacity to do that in our land use area.
Okay,
right?
I can get behind that. And because if it's in here and it's in our adopted housing element, then it does become a work plan item.
Sure.
To achieve that.
Yeah, and it's going to stay in our ledge platform. We're not going to get rid of it. And again, I want to be really clear. Like my goal is to not pigeonhole us and put us in a box. So at the next time we hear this, I want to know like what's optional, what's required, and like maybe instead of the blue boxes, we get like a optional, required, leave this in, we don't care type of like color coded like cheat sheet of like what should be in here versus like what we're just sort of like creating to, satisfy like literally every umbrella.
I have a contrary view, but I could be persuaded otherwise. I only see AMI being used for setting rents. And if you increase the AMI, the landlord can increase the rents. So it doesn't help lower income people. It's an arbitrary percentage off of the median income that just goes up into a higher wage level.
Well,
and then I just have one other point, if I can still remember it.
Take that one, or you want me to?
penalized.
Okay, so
so it's
where are we,
greener.
where are we
It's about-
landing? Are we?
I support keeping this in. We're working on it. We should
I support
keep it in.
keeping it in.
Okay, so we're keeping it. We've got at least 3 supporting that. Okay, let's talk about the non-deed restricted program. Can you pull that up? Okay. So I think you brought up an interesting point. I'm concerned about this just because I don't want this to compete with our 10% deed restriction goal. And we already have a huge funding gap there that we need to solve for. But you brought up a great point that if there is outside funding, then by all means, they can have a program, but that wouldn't be our program.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, so here's how I think about H2XX. That's what we have it right now, right? I mean, I think we all are, not to speak for anyone, but for helping workforce families buy homes. But a down payment assistance loan, it doesn't create a single new housing unit. It helps an individual household buy a home that already exists in the market. The loan gets repaid and recycled, produces 0 new units. It doesn't preserve affordability long-term at all. It just really sort of helps one buyer beat out another buyer for a unit that in our supply-constrained market would have sold anyways. So I've been telling you a lot about abundance thinking. And to me, in this case, abundance thinking means that we ask, like, does this expand what's possible for people, or does it just arrange who gets a shrinking piece? And to me, H2XX, it rearranges our deed restricted program. It preserves for the long run. It expands what is possible for families in the long run. And here's how, right? Every deed restricted unit that we create, it's protected. It can't be flipped. It can't become a second home. It stays in the workforce pool for 55 years. And to me, that's how you build abundance. That's how you build opportunities for families here. It's changing the structural composition of this town over a generation, not just one household, this particular cycle that we have from the state. So my position on this one is, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's like, I want to protect our 10% deed restriction goal. It's something we've all been behind. I want to protect the funding for that. And if this council wants to include H2XX, I would just want explicit language in the element that it's funded from separate sources and in addition to the deed restricted program. I assume staff could come back with some sort of funding framework before that program gets any kind of number assigned, but I just really don't want our deed restricted dollars diluted, because to me, the path to a Truckee where working people can actually live here runs through protecting and expanding our deed restricted stock, not diluting the program that makes it possible.
I agree. I agree with that. Protectionism. Do we have other comments?
I agree. Yeah, I think this is, counter to what our 10% deed restriction goal is my thought was in that other bullet around supporting nonprofits and developers, put something in there of like supporting, something about down payment assistance. So it's highlighting that, yes, if other organizations want to do it and we can support them for grant funding for it, that's great. Or maybe it already does. Perfect. Great job, staff.
It's there.
I love that you called it out in this one as well. I mean, to me, then that it almost says that it can come out entirely. Yes. If you all agree.
Okay, it looks like we have 3, but yes, okay, we have 4.
And I just don't know enough about the other down payment assistant programs to know if there is enough of a need, we should be shifting money towards it. Until I have that information, I'm agreeing with the rest of you. Let's leave this out.
Okay, great.
Let someone build a better case for it.
I had one other, but Councilmember Pallavi, did you have any other items that you wanted to specifically call out or question?
I mean, sort of, but I'll be happy to wait to the next meeting before I take an axe to them so that I have a better framework for kind of at least what I was looking for, which is like, required, non-required, wishful thinking, like some sort of something of, what do we want to put in the housing element that goes to the state versus what are internal work plan guidelines and other things that we operate under.
Okay.
Is it like a matrix of how realistic the thing is? Is that what you're
Realistic and
asking for?
required.
Required by the state, and then realistic in terms of
Are we going to achieve
funding,
this in
staff
5 to 10
capacity,
years?
outcomes?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Something.
Does-
something.
I
wanna make sure
like
I'm following.
that. Yeah.
Does it yield units?
Yeah, yes, I think you guys have gotten, I hope you've gotten my point, which is sort of like, this is not the document that should be like this overall encompassing umbrella. This is the document that we have to answer to the state with.
Yeah.
The all encompassing umbrella where we're all like doing everything we possibly can is in our internal documents. It's in our general plan. It's in all of those documents that we created as a community.
And that's kind of where I
different
see
audiences,
things
different.
like the diversity piece.
Yeah.
Okay, I would give ourselves a pat on the back because we are so ambitious and aggressive in trying to provide housing on our own. So a little bit what I'm hearing from Councilmember Pallavi is don't give it to the state to tell us what to do. We're going to do it ourselves.
We are doing it.
But
I guess I
not
would like
all of us are going to be here in 7 years.
I would like to hear at our next meeting from staff on this is just like, how does this impact us with state programs or the way the state evaluates anything? I think that's important too, so we don't shortchange ourselves because we're just like, we're doing so good, we don't even have to tell them, and then that ruins future opportunities. So I think that's something really important to understand, from staff, just how would this impact us for other things at the state?
Just to, off the cuff, I would say that as long as we have a housing element that's in compliance, I don't think it'll impact us. As long as we're continuing to try to achieve the programs that are in our housing element, the question is how will we get that compliance? And we just need to make sure when we're talking to Ascent with their best practices, their expertise, like trying to figure out what should we propose. We don't want to necessarily come back with the first round document being a complete bloodbath of comments from HCD. We want to try our best to put a good foot forward and show that we are doing what we say we are, the kind of community that we are actually. We are trying to do housing programs. We are trying to serve our community.
So I think that's where Councilmember Pallavi's color coding on the next round would be really great, because you could just say, we think this is a requirement, let's not talk about it. What is really required and what is key to that successful approval of this element, tell us, don't touch. Okay, the one last policy that I wanted to just bring in, the new policy H2.7, the prohibition of short-term rentals in multifamily residential units. This is already part of our STR program, and these are getting phased out. And so this is just like the codification of it, or why does it need to be in here? Does it get us credit for anything?
No, but it is something that we have identified that we wanted to do to be consistent with the rest of the development code.
Okay. And this is both for multifamily and in applicable master plans and specific plans that prohibit it. Correct?
We would amend those master plans and specific plans to be consistent with what our development code and our short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, so these are future?
Yeah, no, these are the existing master plans. So like once the rail yard master plan development agreement expires, we may go back and change it to prohibit multifamily residential transient rentals. I believe there's something in the Grays Crossing specific plan that we need to look at.
Hilltop, if it comes back.
Hilltop, I think already prohibits it. We'll have to look at Hilltop. And then I think the other one, Coldstream, is under a DA for a little while longer, so we won't be necessarily expediting that change.
All right, anything else from any other council members?
Yeah, I just have some closing points.
Okay.
I have about 5 points, and this for staff and my fellow council members. One is the the rezone issue that I brought up at the very beginning, really give a hard look, I hope, at having higher minimum densities if that results in our getting more appropriate land for housing. Related to that is a question that came up to staff where someone said something about zoning only gets you so far. There's all these other things like financial feasibility. That gets us into the constraints, which we haven't talked about, that you're going to bring back. I hope it's a robust discussion of options on the restraints that we can relax in order to actually generate housing, not just have it in the plan, but actually generate the housing that we need for our workforce. And then the third thing, just to Council Members Pallavi's point about mobile homes, yes, we do view them differently, and the things that aren't in here that someday I hope to see is rezoning mobile home parks, the land they're on, to exclusively for mobile homes. That's as close as I can come to creating challenges for somebody who wants to change the park into a condominium complex. That Fifth Amendment of the Constitution otherwise is a barrier. And then rent stability. I think under state law, that's the big missing piece. That's what really hurts people, is big increases in rent at mobile home parks. And then finally, we talked about the ADUs, and I wouldn't spend time on doing an analysis of separating ownership of ADUs from ownerships of the primary home. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Henderson.
Just really quick, going back to this one, I just wanted to, I don't know, re-elevate Councilmember Pallavi, your comment on the title on this one, which I agree with you, just for what that's worth. I don't think that is accurately reflective. And then the last policy I wanted to bring up was just H59, which is home hardening. I strongly support this addition, and I do want it to have teeth, though. So the language as currently written says encourage and where possible require. So I think that's probably generally the right framing, but I'm sort of wondering what the legal threshold is for a requirement versus an encouragement. And I would just ask Assent to sort of push on what the legal threshold is for a mandate in new construction for home hardening specifically. Just after everything our community has gone through with climate risks and the wildfire risk we face every season, connecting our housing policy to our wildfire resilience, it isn't optional. It's really necessary. It belongs in this document, and I'm glad it's here. And I just wanted to share, and we'll share when we get to council reports, we were just at the Civic Well Policymakers Conference, and Ben Allen, who's running for state insurance commissioner, he made the point that any new construction in WUI areas that isn't fully hardened effectively socializes that risk. When those homes burn, the costs get passed to insurance holders across the entire state, making insurance for all of us less affordable if we can get it at all. So to me, that's just an argument to sort of accelerate what we do around home hardening.
Thank you for pointing that out. That was a very powerful presentation, and I do really agree with that, supporting that and sharpening that as much as we could. Anything?
I have one comment for that. There was a piece of legislation passed, AB 130, that essentially prohibits all local building code amendments for the next 5 years. So adding a home hardening requirement would be a local amendment, and we now can't do that.
So they want us to build hardened homes that won't burn in wildfires, but we have no pathway to do that.
Right.
Well, I'm so glad that I'm going to be down in Sacramento in just a few short weeks to talk about issues that impact rural communities up here specifically. Add to the list.
The stated purpose of the legislation was to try to keep housing costs down. The thought was that the local amendments were increasing the cost of construction. But you're right that
Was
they're
this,
sort of.
was this in response to the Palisades and fire?
I don't think so.
No.
Does it apply to fire districts?
It applies to any local amendments to the state codes.
Okay, the building codes already do require some home hardening, particularly in the WUI, but, so we can't exceed that.
Right. Can't do any local amendments. The ones that we have in place already are grandfathered. We can continue using those, but we can't do any new ones until, well, June 1st, 2031.
I will say, though, that what we're observing is that more people are being responsive to their insurance. So even before they're doing new construction or they're doing modifications to their existing homes, the insurance companies are driving these changes anyway. And so people are putting on a different type of roof, a different type of siding, they're enclosing their soffits, like all that stuff's already happening. They're changing out their fencing. So we're seeing it in real time because of the insurance.
I will add, I believe that there are some exemptions to that bill, including some that relate to home hardening. So I think it's something we might be able to look at a
We'll
little
have to take
closer.
a look and see the parameters, but broadly speaking, there are restrictions.
Well, thank you for checking the parameters.
Thank you. Any additional comments down on this side? Okay. Thank you, fellow council members. That was robust conversation, and I'm very excited about our upcoming 7th cycle housing element. Yumi, thank you for wrangling this very complex issue and keeping it moving forward. Deep appreciation for the work that you do. Okay, that brings us to the end of our meeting. We just have council reports left. Who's ready? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Zabriskie.
Two things. I attended the Good Morning Truckee, which pretty much focused on climate change and weather, apropos of the discussion we just had. Not surprisingly, Ann Nolan from the University of Nevada, Reno, she's a prof down there, researches local impacts of climate change. It's going to get warmer and drier. It's already happening. The west side of the county will burn, and this side will lose its ski industry. So longer summers, rain instead of snow. Then we had an economist who talked about the impacts of climate change in terms of air quality. Pretty much, I think he was talking about smoke. Again, the loss of the ski industry, and then the need to work on wildfire resilience. He used the word home hardening. He says that's what you need to do. And finally, the fellow Andrew Schwartz, who's head of the snow lab at the summit, said this winter typifies the future. And by way of example, the precipitation this year up to this point is 94% of the median. Snowfall was 74% of the median, and our snow water equivalent, essentially our existing snowpack, is 14% of the median. So it's pretty much rain instead of snow. So that was a really great program, and the snow lab fellow ended by saying the best thing you can probably do right now is if you have a dog, go out and play fetch with it. And it got just about that many laughs. Like, oh. Then a Nevada County Transportation Commission, we looked at the work plan for the county about congestion reduction in particular, and also the active transportation plan coming up, and then about the federal planning factors that are used for federal highway funds. And fortunately, those factors are consistent enough with our efforts to reduce greenhouse gases that they don't impact that effort. Just don't use the word climate change.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I wish I had a dog to go play fetch with. Yeah, take care of that. Vice Mayor Henderson.
Okay, my only report is I spent 4 days with you at the Civic Well Policymakers Conference, and I feel like there's so much that I want to share with you guys. But because we're talking about home hardening and wildfire, I think I just want to share that I had the honor of giving the opening remarks on Friday night at the conference, and I talked about wildfire resilience and what that needs to look like in California. And I just want to share a couple of things from that, because you all are really the inspiration that I draw from, and from the work that we do here. So I talked about it looks like building relationships before we actually need them, and how Truckee's avalanche response involved multiple agencies coordinating across multiple jurisdictions in really harsh blizzard conditions. And it worked because those relationships existed before February 17th. The vigil that we all came together and held, it worked because our community already knew how to show up for each other. You don't build those relationships the night of a disaster, you build them in the years before. And you all have been doing that work for a really long time in our entire region. How it looks like making resilience a planning decision, not just a recovery decision. It's our land use choices, it's our building codes, it's our defensible space requirements that reduce the next risk. How it's centering people with the least margin for error. The places most exposed to wildfire, to extreme heat, to flooding are where lower income residents do tend to live in our state. Land is cheaper at the edges, people can't move, decades of policy have pushed them there, and our most durable climate resilience is built on equity, not around it. And it looks like making sure energy is a bridge, not a barrier. When wildfire burns through a community, power goes out. When heat domes descend, air conditioning becomes a survival tool, and if that bill's unaffordable, if the grid fails, people die. And so it's our job as local leaders to make sure our residents have backup power, have cooling centers, and bills that they can actually pay at the end of the day. And how, right now, sort of in this political moment, when the federal government does step back from climate leadership, it creates a vacuum, and that can feel like abandonment. Funding dries up, programs disappear, but how vacuums create space. Space for local governments to move without waiting for permission, to work together across jurisdictions and using our networks. And to me, climate leadership, it has always lived in this room. It has always lived in local government because it's our zoning code, because it's our emergency planning, our evacuation work, it's our utility partnerships, it's the countless community meetings that we all go to. So I just want to share that I'm so grateful for everyone here on council, staff, our community, because you all are the ones doing this work day in and day out. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson. Councilmember Romack?
Sure. The only thing I have to report is actually because of my day job. So working for Placer County, today I actually had the pleasure of being down in Sacramento and meeting with some state legislatures, the Undersecretary of Natural Resources, and it was a coalition called the California Tahoe Alliance, which is the counties around the lake, the jurisdictions around Lake Tahoe, as well as TRPA, the League to Save Lake Tahoe. And as we know, we're all kind of one region, so we got to talk a lot about wildfire and preparation for our communities and transportation and the impacts of tourism and funding and all of that. So while I was there wearing my other hat, it was a really fruitful lots of fruitful conversations, again, to just share our issues of what we see up here down in Sacramento.
Oh, thank you for that. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, just a visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting for me where we talked about visitation and pacing and winter about 5 to 10% behind for most of the lodging businesses. Summer so far booking quite strong, and some new interesting tools that Visit Truckee Tahoe is going to be both tracking and engaging on, both the resident survey, a lodging payor survey, along with sort of like the placer.ai, but for DMOs. So starting to understand how some of all of the both marketing and then in-market experience, what's happening with those folks as they start to travel parallel markets and how they interact once they're in market as well. So some pretty interesting analytics that are now able to be tracked because of your good old cell phone in your pocket. So yeah, that's all I have for now.
It's both terrifying and intriguing. Yeah, I want to thank Vice Mayor Henderson for her opening remarks at the Policymakers Conference, because it really did set the tone. And because the year before, I think this group in particular was really challenged with the drastic change that we were seeing federally. And you really set the stage and invited everybody to show up for the rest of the conference, looking at the opportunities that were being created. And people really did. And you saw it in all the speakers and all the engagement. And we are going to do a debrief with Hillary and Jen coming up, because I have copious amounts of notes to share, and ideas that we would like to consider. So that was really primarily what I did. A few other meetings with constituents, including meeting with Jessica to go over the contract renewal before this evening. So, okay, with that, I think we are adjourned to April 7th. So for our community out there, we will be on a slightly off schedule. We would typically meet the second Tuesday. Our next meeting will be the first Tuesday of the month, because we're avoiding spring break, so that all y'all could come here and hang out with us all night. All right, thanks. See you on the April 7th.